بعد قليل. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dubai Metaverse Assembly. Kindly make your way to the auditorium. The opening note by His Excellency Khalfan Bil Hol, CEO of Dubai Future Foundation. الحضور الكريم، مرحبا بكم في ملتقى دبي للميتافيرس. يرجى التوجه للقاعة الرئيسية. ستبدأ الكلمة الافتتاحية لسعادة خلفان جمعة بالهول، الرئيس التنفيذي لمؤسسة دبي للمستقبل، بعد قليل. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dubai Metaverse Assembly. Kindly make your way to the auditorium. The opening note by His Excellency Khalfan Bil Hol, CEO of Dubai Future Foundation, is about to start.
Lillard, long-range three, and it's good!
You're probably thinking now, when you saw the video, what am I doing here with this video? It's completely irrelevant, or you're thinking maybe, what am I doing and why is this related to what we are here for? And why have I flown from all over the world to see this video? Your Excellencies, dear friends, traveling from all over the world, thank you for coming here today to discuss with us one of the most important dialogues of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. This is, if I go back, first of all, to the video, in my humble opinion, what you have seen, those moments, Diego Maradona celebrating, Damian Lillard scoring a three-pointer, Hazza al-Mansouri, graduation ceremonies, those physical interactions between human beings are at big risk. We see our kids, we see our younger brothers literally glued to the screens. And we haven't even scratched the surface of metaverse. We see them gain major experience from the screens, but we see them lose social skills. We see them lose emotional intelligence. We see them gain weight. We see them uncomfortable on stages as well. Those are major, major challenges that we really, really need to think about, because we really haven't even started to discuss what is going to happen in such an immersive digital world. I'm not here to scare you, but I'm also here to tell you that there's so much opportunity. And the good news now, going to the good news, is humankind has always, throughout the 4 industrial revolutions, the human being was able to adapt to changes, to transformations, as much as this is a very quantum transformation, but human being was able to adapt. If you go back to the time when airplanes were invented, and you ask the generation that was 100 years before that generation, if they had imagined that they will be 3,000 feet above the sky, they would probably think that you were joking. So I think the adaptation of human being is a must. And I think having the metaverse and this convening and the positives of the metaverse is the other upside that we need to think about. Now, we talked about the challenges, but let's think of the opportunity behind the metaverse. This economy we cannot take for granted as well. The digitization we cannot take for granted. This 30 trillion economy by 2030 cannot be taken for granted. We, unfortunately, had to learn this the hard way throughout the pandemic, where we had to stay at home and we had to adapt to digitization. We've done that, but what we've also learned is that collaboration and inclusivity and working jointly together is probably the most important component to ensure that the metaverse succeeds. What I talked about initially was the humankind and the human adaptation. And I haven't even talked about how are we going to talk about the governance of the metaverse, where will the data be stored, how can we manage crimes on the metaverse. So that those are all major, major complications that we foresee that we all need to sit together jointly and discuss and collaborate to see the best ways that we can solve this. Now, when you think about the gathering and collaborating and the history of the UAE, you would realize that making big bets and talking about innovation is within the DNA of our leaders here. The founding fathers of the United Arab Emirates have made major bets back then, have made major decisions. And those decisions at that time were even challenged by consultants. Some of them actually denied the fact that you can have a World Trade Center building in the middle of a desert. Some of them also challenged the Dubai ports. Some of them challenged the Burj Khalifa, fast forward. But our leaders back then had a vision and had a plan. And the idea was that Dubai and the UAE will be the connection of the East and West. And they made a decision. This does not mean that we didn't make mistakes along the way. This does not mean that we didn't learn many things along the way and we have not pivoted, but we actually leveraged on the successful stories and took them to the next level to set an example as a nation. So if you think about it, this was in the DNA of our leaders since our founding fathers. And of course, this torch has been carried by our current leaders, where the message is the biggest risk is not to take risk. So when you have leaders that send you this message, the sky is the limit on where you can reach with testing new ideas. And this is one amazing opportunity that we are jointly going to work on together to test and to create the best, safest environment for everyone to make the best value of the metaverse. But in order to do that, one hand does not clap. We need all of you, and we need every single idea more than ever. Back in the past, ideas and scalability of businesses was within the confinement of a certain population. When you think about it now, a click of a button and the market becomes your scale. Let alone doing that in a whole new digitized world. How will that work? I've been asked earlier today in a few interviews from several channels and reporters about what is the metaverse. And I asked them to delay that question a couple of days from today, because I really did not have the answer. I know the value, and I understand that there's major value out of this opportunity, but it requires convenings like this for experts from all over the world to really create the best metaverse for everyone. But our North Star is to ensure that this is an environment that's safe and puts the human first, because the human, as we all say, is the important component of the past, the present, and will always be the main driver of the future, no matter how much digitization gets involved. So once again, thank you very much for joining us. I look forward to meeting all of you, and let's get working and create a better metaverse for everyone. Thank you once again.
الحضور الكريم، يرجى البقاء في أماكنكم. جلسة نقاشية يديرها السيد كارل طليس، المؤسس والرئيس التنفيذي لشركة I Advisory. ستبدأ بعد لحظات. Dear guests, a panel session moderated by Carl Claes, founder and CEO of iAdvisory, is going to start in a few moments. Kindly be seated.
Good morning, everyone. Great to see a big audience here for at the inaugural Dubai Metaverse Assembly and the first panel session of today. My name is Carl Claes. By way of introduction, I'm a strategic advisor and founder of iAdvisory. I advise a significant amount of entities that are building the digital economy and essentially realising the opportunity around the metaverse ecosystem. Today, we're going to be joined by an esteemed panel led by His Excellency Abdullah bin Turk Al-Mari, Minister of Economy for the UAE. We've got Bashar Kalani, Managing Director of Accenture, Middle East, and Mark Zaletti, Managing Partner for BCG Ventures. Morning, everyone.
Morning.
So I'm going to kick off the session today by first providing a little synopsis on the lay of the land and the metaverse ecosystem, just to bring it all into context and get an understanding of where things have been and where they are going relative to today's economic environment, but also the opportunity around the digital transformation that's happening. So we are going to cover off a few areas which are more strategic and relevant to the UAE. We're going to outline the vision and the new digital economic reality that's relevant for this region. We're going to look at establishing or understanding how we can establish the UAE as a net export hub for digital economy and metaverse solutions of the future. We're also going to look at regulation, infrastructure, R&D, obviously talent and investment around this space. And we're also going to look at something really important and critical, which is the Gen Z effect. And I think that's really what we're all pretty excited about what's coming and how quickly things can move. So just a bit of a synopsis. I went through a lot of background over the last 12 months to understand this space a little bit more deeply. I've actually co-authored a white paper called Economics and AI in the Metaverse. And a lot of the discussion points that will reverberate around today will be led through some of that research, but also specifically around the activities that's happening in this region, specifically within the UAE. So the metaverse can be categorized as an immersive way for people through virtual reality, augmented reality, video, to engage and trade within a digital universe and environment, encompassing multi-layer gaming and also remote working and education. At its core is a digital economy which is expected to be shaped by Gen Z and the future generations. Overall, on the metaverse front, global estimates of the size of the metaverse economic opportunity range anywhere between 8 trillion and 13 trillion, depending on what hour of the day we're all talking about this. But those users are growing at an incredible rate. Some estimates are saying that the user base for the metaverse economy will be upwards around 5 billion within the next decade. However, Gen Z, which is the generation born during the internet age, that's post-1990, are expected to be the real creators and drivers of the metaverse economy. They're expected to earn an income in excess of $33 trillion over the next 10 years. And if you think about that over the coming decade, most of that will be spent online, and a significant portion of that will be also within the metaverse ecosystem. So activity in this region is booming, obviously, and with the UAE poised to capitalize on the massive opportunity to drive future economic growth through a knowledge-based and digital economy, we're at the heart of something quite unique, which is establishing a global hub for the metaverse economy. So on that note, I'm going to head into the first question. And obviously, it's going to be to Your Excellency. Could you please share with us the vision and the size of the metaverse economic opportunity for the UAE?
Thank you first of all, thank you so much for having me here, and good morning to everyone. Carl, thank you so much for having and hosting us today. And I think it's important to really shed a little bit light on the macroeconomic level on the metaverse as aspect. And what the UAE has been doing in the last couple of years or decades in the strategies moving forward. UAE's economy always been on innovation, technology aspect strategies. And it has been proven as well when we saw the COVID-19, the pandemic, and post-COVID-19 pandemic, we saw the accelerations of fourth industrial revolution strategies going forward. That's really bring us to where we are here today. Why are we taking this leap into a new phase of a technology that we are very worried about and very uncertain about the extent of this technology? And I think that most important aspect that the future of economies will really depend on these technologies and how we take them on. I think that's from the aspect of what we saw as well with Khalfan Bilhol speech in the morning. We saw the decades of infrastructure, the leap of the leaders, the visionaries aspects of moving from back from a trade, kind of a seaport to an airport, and today where we are as a brain port. And we're saying that, we worked lately as well in attracting talent. So the metaverse and technologies of such economy and a knowledge-based innovation economy really based on talent. With the golden visa regime, the green visa regime, the freelancers visa regime, all of that really entails that UAE is a land for talent to come in and really experiment the futures of technology into it. We've seen a lot of aspects on the ground. We've seen a lot of talents coming in. We've seen a lot of companies opening up and really basing their operations in the UAE, and specifically in Dubai, in more specific areas of the metaverse. From that as well, we've seen governments, local governments, federal governments launching strategies in the technology. We've seen the digital strategy of the UAE. We've seen Dubai blockchain strategy. We've seen the national program on artificial intelligence. That, what you see, is visionary kind of leadership into where we want to take the aspects of our visions into the economy and where to aspect. So the message for the audience today, when you look at where's the UAE is going, there's a lot of programs and initiatives to really push forward to that, and talent. And I think that's the most important part. It's the kind of the basis of where you want to take this, is you have the right talent, you can hire the right talent, and you can really look at technologies of the future.
Absolutely. No, talent is the key word. Absolutely. Bashar, on the Accenture front, can you elaborate?
Thank you. I think the numbers that you highlighted are large and big. I just want to put them into context here. Today, when we talk about 8 to 13 trillion, this is maybe 1.5 times the digital economy today. Yeah? So quite an impressive number. It's probably the size of the third largest economy in the world, maybe Japan. So we will add another economy to the global economy around the metaverse. And this is driven by two things, as you said. One is definitely technology. And the second one is the Generation Z, the new users of these technologies. And we're blessed in this part of the world to have 70% of our population under the age of 30. So we're really in a very fortunate position here to take advantage of this new wave. But let's look a little bit more about how this is actually going to be made up of. So when we talk 13 trillion or 8 or whatever the number is, a lot of it is definitely going to be infrastructure. We talk about computing power, we're talking about cloud capabilities, bandwidth, and that's really the important infrastructure. And I think the region here and the UAE is blessed to have one of the world's best infrastructure when it comes to IT and digitization. The next level, of course, is what I would call the enablers. And I'm talking here about payment and monetization capabilities. I'm talking here about digital ID, and I think in the UAE we've made a very forward-looking leap here with an infrastructure on digital ID. And then, of course, rules, regulations, Cloud Act, data law, all these different regulations that regulate that space in addition to cybersecurity. Coming up, the next layer is definitely going to be the platforms, and we're all aware of the major platforms and how that is shaping up. But more importantly is actually what we will talk about in the next level, which is the actual content creation. And that's where talent is an extremely important thing. This is where we create the virtual world, the applications and the contents. And that's where most of the economic activity is going to take place. And that's going to be at a very large scale, transforming what today is our normal tasks that we will move gradually to the metaverse as we develop that. So a very exciting few years coming ahead where the metaverse for the enterprise, the metaverse for business, the metaverse for government are going to start to take shape. And I think talent is key in this game.
Absolutely. Talent squared so far. Mark, on your side, mate.
Good morning, Carl. Yeah, thanks for having me. I don't know, I think Bashar covered almost everything there. I mean, I think from our perspective, we're seeing, we're estimating, I don't know, 250 to 400 billion over the next 5 years, going up to $1 trillion in 10 years. To be honest, I think our crystal ball is as good or as bad as anyone else's. I think what we all are in violent agreement on is that it's going to be super huge. Now, I was, I don't know if I was fortunate enough, but I'm certainly old enough. I was in Silicon Valley back in the late 90s with a company then which ended up being at that point the largest IPO in history, and that was Web 1.0. Moving to Paris in so 2007 with Dailymotion, Web 2.0. The speed at which things were developing and evolving then, we got, within 3 years, we're up to 1 billion video views a month, so it's a video sharing site. This, though, when you think of the metaverse, is a whole different dimension. We're talking about, exponential growth like I think we've never seen. The issue is, will we be able to keep up, and will old guys like us be able to keep up with the young folks? Now, you mentioned Gen Z. Just want to touch on that slightly. When you think about the internet in the initial early years and the nascent years, it was something new, and it took quite a while to get going, if you like. Because all those that you talk about, the Gen Zs, were born in the internet era, know nothing else but the internet, they're already on it, they're already doing it, they're already creating it. And because so many people are already on it, and the costs of technology have gone down to such an extent, it's going to be a rocket ship. So I think the numbers are just going to be phenomenal, whatever they are.
Yeah, the words I use is we're at the tip of an unknown-sized iceberg. And I think that's really the key, because when we start to think about where this could go, it's that creative aspect, and we'll touch on that later, in guess of what our thoughts are around that Gen Z effect. Back to you, Your Excellency, because I want to dive in a little bit more around the collaboration side, particularly around government and the private sector collaboration. How can we sort of bring that together to help establish the UAE as that global net export hub? I love using the word net export hub for that digital economy and metaverse economy of the future.
Where we see ourselves today didn't come out of the sky. I think if you go back 2 decades ago, when we started with the e-government in the UAE, back in early 2000, when the UAE launched the strategy for e-government, and 10 years down the line, we launched the strategy for smart government. And 10 years after that, we launched the strategy for digital government. So the UAE visionary leaders really put a kind of a setup where the UAE pushed the government and the private sector to work and really establish where we are today. We have the highest 5G network, the fastest in the world. I think that's something as well that says that the UAE really set up today where it is at the moment to really launch the future of technologies and future aspects. These last 2 decades really showed a huge transformational change in how governments really think. In the UAE, the government is ahead of private sector. It really pushes it and supports the private sector, and as well the private sector is hand in hand with the government in aspects. And we've seen companies in the private sector opening huge digital and spaces in the UAE where that's kind of showcases as well how the technology, how the visionary leaders have set this kind of transformation where we are today. And I think moving forward, we're going to see more of that with all these programs we have, with the digitization agenda that we have, the Council of Digitization in the government that has been launched a couple of weeks ago, that really shows you that the government is moving towards a paperless government, towards a government that really pushes services into the mobile. I remember His Highness when he stood up and he said, I want the apps on the mobile 24/7. And then a few years later, he came and he said, I want digital government. And those who doesn't move to a digital government, you have 1 year to do that, and we're going to celebrate your retirement. And that was something which was shocking for government leaders to say, you need to move, we need to move to that. That's visionary leaders setting a stage that this is an aspect where we need to operate and work with the private sector and be like a private sector in our modality and our thinking.
Absolutely, and I've been here 16 years, and seeing that transformation led by that visionary approach has been quite phenomenal. I've just come back from Sydney, and seeing the appetite to replicate what's happening here, it's already starting, that whole net export realisation, absolutely. Bashar, on your side?
I think the magic phrase here is from export to the metaverse.
I like that.
I think we've seen a government here that really sets the stage and enables innovation and transformation. We've been working a few years back on an initiative called Dubai 10X, where we were looking at the future 10 years from that time. I think the pandemic changed everything. A lot of what we were anticipating to happen 10 years really happened much earlier.
It was with Bashar, Silicon Valley.
Yes.
Started 10X,
So it was really a great exercise, and I think having this foresight and setting the platform for this kind of innovation is important. We are now reimagining almost everything. Let me give you an example of what we did at Accenture. During the pandemic, we hired more than 150,000 people across the world. It was difficult to move around, difficult to fly them in for training, onboarding, education. So we had to look at a virtual environment to provide immersive experiences. And we came up with something that's called the One Accenture Park, where we were able to create an environment to onboard 150,000 people all over the world. And of course, this has now changed the way we are working at Accenture, at any other organization. We're working in a different world. We're using these immersive experiences not only for education, upskilling, town halls and immersive environments, but also to engage with our customers and partners, but also to create digital twins for the businesses that we have. And I think if you start to imagine the enterprise or the government of the future, you will see different components that are quickly coming together. And as we move from the Internet of Things to the Internet of Places, we are really at the cusp of something very interesting. We're trying to show something today on that transformation.
Yeah, and I like that we're at the Internet of Places, which is really, really important. Ultimately, that's where we're going to congregate. And I think being a part of that is really, really important. Mark, on your side.
You know, just being here, this event shows the intention of the region and specifically of Dubai. And I think this is already something that shows that the leadership starts from the top, the investment, the technology, the ability to train, attract talent, the magical word again that's come across. But for me, you know, also what's attracted me, when I was in Silicon Valley 25 years ago, so it's a generation ago, I feel the pull here. I feel the force, right? This is where the energy that Silicon Valley had 25 years ago is here. So I see the you know, creating the right environment for startups. I mean, already in the last 4 years across the world, I think it's $36 billion have gone into 4,200 companies. I think the vast majority of new businesses can start to be created here, not just only by large corporations, which I think should be getting into the metaverse, trying something and seeing what works. The difference between now and Web 1.0 is that there's a lot of experience, there's a lot of creativity, there's a lot of the technologies there, and it's a lot more, well, it's a lot less expensive, let's put it that way, right? So it's not cheap, but it's a lot less expensive. And I think that with that, just go in it and try it, see what happens, and see where it takes you, because it's going to be an iterative approach. And I do think that those that wait will lose this time around, because I think it will go so quickly. And I think in a place, especially like Dubai, where it's all happening, it's a positive, perfect storm, if you like, of creativity, of infrastructure, of leadership, of investment, that if you're not in it, you won't win it. And I think the early adopters will be the winners, because it's like I say, it's an iterative process. Those that are the laggards will be the ones that, even if they invest a lot of money later on, and it will be disproportionately a lot of money, they may not even win it then.
I'd like to add a few words as well, just to tap on how the leadership and the private sector really kind of push this kind of ecosystem further. I remember 2 years ago when there was a cabinet reshuffle and coming into the government, and I think one thing which His Highness announced as well, not just a cabinet reshuffle, he said, I want 50% of your service centers to be digital, or to move digital. Close down 50% of your service centers physically. At that time in the Ministry of Economy, we had about 7 service centers, or 8 service centers. And I looked at it and I said, where are the employees at the moment, and how do we do our services? Well, they all came back, well, services done digitally. So, okay, let's close 8 of them. So rather than going 50%, the technology, the private sector actually provided the setup. So we closed all our service centers back then 2 years ago, and we just went on a digital aspects. And because it was COVID, people on lockdown, you kind of move. So we managed to really adapt internally in the Ministry of Economy to really perform and provide services on a digital ecosystem. From that as well, today, we're launching our 3rd address. We have an address in Abu Dhabi, physically. We have an address in Dubai physically, and our 3rd address is going to be on the Metaverse, where we're going to provide services, full services, into the Metaverse aspect, and about reskilling the whole team in the Ministry of Economy, an aspect where we can provide services. We want to replace our website, basically. Rather than having a 2D website, you have a 3D Metaverse immersive where you go in and you can interact with people, you can take a token, you can sit down, you can actually ask for the service, and you can see an employee. And maybe I can walk around as well on the Metaverse and really look at the people that comes in and actually interact.
I love that. I love the fact that it's around immersive experience within that environment and providing that versus a 2D experience, which we currently get with your websites, right? And the idea is traversing.
Who reads websites at the moment?
Good question. Exactly. That leads, I guess, to also the key words we were talking about. We were talking about talent earlier. We were talking about also, obviously, regulation, but infrastructure as well. Seconding all that is investment. So I guess what are some of those key priorities, Your Excellency, around helping that we ensure a sustainable growth and sustainable economic opportunity for this sector moving forward, given those sort of 4 key areas?
I think on the regulation part, the UAE, which really builds up what we said about the decades of strategies and the programs that have done and the visionary kind of set of regulations, we have seen 40 regulations has been disturbed in the last year and a half. That really set up things so nicely where we are today. We've seen Dubai launching VARA, the Virtual Asset Regulation Authority. We've seen the highest regulations in AGM, for instance. We're going to see ESCA today as well having a regulation on the virtual aspects. So there are a huge amount of regulations coming in, and from that kind of aspect, the UAE leadership and the UAE entities, government, say, let it be federal, local, is very close to the private sector, understanding the means and understanding the risks. But the UAE is always an ambition, young nation. Always looking forward, always wants to change, always agile. I think that's something which is important to encompass. On the aspect of regulation, then moving towards talent, like I said, the UAE used to be seaport, airport, and today is a brainport with kind of the golden visas, the green visas, and the aspects of freelancers. You're going to see a huge immersive as well of talent coming in, supporting because of the regulation changes, because of the support of the ecosystem. I remember back in COVID-19, I was sitting with the private sector. One thing they said to us is that we understand that it's very safe to be in the UAE, but we're worried about one thing, and they said, keep us informed. We do not like regulation to change a lot. We want to understand what's happening. So we managed as well to build the regulations in the UAE bottom-up approach. And whatever we do, make sure that the private sector really understand the changes that are coming in and really allow the ecosystem for more investments and aspects. And from an infrastructure today, we've seen the 5G technology and utility in the UAE. We're moving on a very high speed aspects of internet, which allows the investments to come in and really look at that kind of thinking and bringing all this together.
Yeah, and I think that's really the key thing. It's bringing it all together and getting the key partners to work together on helping influence what that could look like. I think that's really important. Bashar, I know you've been part of a lot of this.
The key word here is responsible metaverse. Yeah. And I think we have an opportunity to shape the metaverse and the engagement in the metaverse. And I think there are 2 aspects to responsible metaverse. One is creating the trust and that is security, privacy, protecting your IP, resilience in the system. The system is really resilient, and I think these 4 elements contribute towards creating the trust in this environment. But more importantly, in my view, is the human aspect of the responsible metaverse. And here I'm talking about human well-being. How do they behave in the metaverse? What are the etiquettes and the behaviors and the ethics in the metaverse? Very important is the focus on sustainability, safety. And then extremely important is to address the points of inclusion and equity and all that stuff in this new world. So if we manage to create an environment where we address the human element and the trust element under the umbrella of responsible metaverse, I think that will give initiatives coming out of this part of the world or this country a lot of credibility and a lot of forward-looking initiatives.
Absolutely. Trust and security is really important as part of this. And we've obviously been part of some of those policy, law and order working committees to look at how we can provide some recommendations toward that. And I think that's, the more of that, the better, bringing an ecosystem together. Yeah. Mark?
You know, the fact that we're even talking about safety, security, making sure there is a very safe environment shows you how far the metaverse has come, because you don't worry about those things unless there's something to worry about. So already thinking about that, being engaged in that, shows that this is obviously a medium that we need to be in. Certainly, these are all issues that need to be addressed and need to be addressed properly. I think the other element to think about is that, again, it's one of these things, the virtuous circle. The more people are engaged, the more people that get involved in the metaverse, the lower the barriers to entry, the lower the costs for folks to engage in it. And I think that's something to consider, that it can't just be a medium for the wealthy, but it's got to be something for everybody for it to really take off. All those other issues notwithstanding. But I think the more, again, the more the people get involved in it, the more the applications and the different things that you can do in the metaverse actually start transpiring, and we have safety and security, then we can bring in more people. It almost creates a vortex, if you like, for everybody else to join, because they can also afford to be in it. And I think that's something that gets a little bit overlooked, because when you talk about starting something new, it's always those with the money that can do it. But as more and more can be involved, I think it's a great leveler as well.
Yeah, I love that fact that you're talking about leveling, because a lot of the times I talk about activating the inactive economy. And that inactive economy are those part of the economy which are not online, which are not currently having that access, and are not currently being able to engage in this digital economy. When we start to activate that, you start to see the digital economic output that comes through this, and then it becomes sustainable. Yeah. And I think this is really important, and you touched on a really important point there, absolutely. I am looking at the time, and I want to finish with a key question, and you guys are going to like this one. So how do you see, Your Excellency, it's going to be the first one for you, because you're going to love this. How do you see a future where consumers have a digital twin or a personal avatar traversing that metaverse and providing economic contribution back to you personally?
I think touching base on the Generation Z you mentioned, I think earlier in the talk today, and I think that's something which we will see a lot of that happen. They're going to spend, Generation Z is our kids, basically, and they're going to spend most of their income on, let's say, the metaverse, creating avatars. And I have a 10-year-old daughter. She's all over Roblox, right? I don't know if that's kind of a metaverse, but that's kind of a place where she interacts. She spends some of my credit cards on that, and I think that's most of that kind of my income is going to go. And I think it's important to really think about the Generation Z and their thinking of how they want to immerse themselves, creating friends on that. And I like the point of responsible metaverse. How do we really create kind of a safe environment? Protecting IPs and protecting technology and protecting people as well. And I think that's something which we will probably see in the future. So the movement is there. I think the generation is really pushing forward to really advance it forward. And I think the metaverse itself is at phase one at the moment. It's a technology that we need to explore. We need not to really stop. We need to make sure that we take that kind of testing. And I remember His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid a couple of years ago said the UAE is kind of a testing bed for future technologies. These are in a place where we are today. Let's test this. Let's take this phase 1 and really immerse ourselves into it and really kind of use it and see what we learned out of it. How can we change and move things differently? How can we be more efficient as government, more effective, and reach people and the generation that we're looking at?
Absolutely. I love that. Bashar.
Yes.
You've got a personal story on this one.
Yeah, we had a story. I have two teenage boys, one at university, one last year at school, and I got them to tell me about the metaverse. I updated them on what we're doing and so on. First thing is they are not impressed. They think this is business as usual. They've spent most of their childhood and time in these virtual worlds. So to them, this is second nature. When I asked them, what do we need to do? And they said, first thing is you need to create an avatar for yourself. Because that's how you're going to be moving in this new world. And will be moved from one place to the other and so on. And I think most of us will have to create an avatar one way or the other. The next thing is we thought it would be good to create a digital twin for our home. And once we've got a digital twin of our home, we can actually go to these virtual worlds and have friends and family visit, and we can probably visit them as well and so on. But the point here is they are in a different world. They've got ideas and thoughts about what this metaverse means for them. That's really beyond what we think it is. So I would argue every one of us would have at least one avatar. Maybe every house will have a digital twin that we will take with us and put it in the right place and become neighbors and friends with people we probably had never met before and start to engage in an immersive world far beyond what we expect today to be the situation. And of course, take that to work, take that to fun and tourism, and it goes like that.
Totally. Mark, I think you shared with me last night some onboarding experience.
I was going to tell you about an onboarding experience. I'll just say that what's triggered my thought process. Now, my kids also Gen Z as well, and I would say one expression that my daughter always uses, which I think will be more and more prevalent for that for that generation, is living my best life, and. I do think that that's where it's going to go. I think you can. I mean, there's of course there's gaming. Of course there's watch movies, go to a concert, I think digital twins are going to be prevalent. You'll be able to do, I think, whatever you want to do, tourism, go visit somewhere. And then if you like it, you can go and do it physically as well. So I think I would sum it up and say living my best life. But to be honest, after this, I've got to rush off and I've got to get my biometrics done. So we were talking last night. So wouldn't it be cool now if I could just
outsource it?
That's it. Could I just do it now, virtually, and then be done? That would be great. But yeah, ultimately, I think if we could all live our best life, I think we'd all be very happy.
I think we could all do with our own personal avatars, doing something of contribution to our physical world in the virtual world. So this has been really the panel discussion today. Really appreciate everyone being here. But there is an announcement, Your Excellency, you wanted to make. I think you touched on it earlier, but go for it. Yes,
I'd like to touch back to the Ministry of Economy on the Metaverse. Mm-hmm. We are announcing today, using the Dubai Metaverse Assembly, our third address, like I said, and I think it's important to bring our Metaverse guy, Khalifa Al-Jaziri, on stage. Mm-hmm. He's the face of our Metaverse. Khalifa. And I think he will be... We hired Khalifa back in COVID-19, and he kind of disrupted the whole ministry with all his metaverse kind of things. So I said, I'll give it back to him, put him on stage for the first time.
He's real there.
Exactly, he's real, but
we are there.
He's going to show you something. This is what we're going to see behind us is actually real. This is not a video. This is our Minister of Economy on the Metaverse. Khalifa, it's all to you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Good morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so happy and proud to be on stage. And as His Excellency said, we don't want to stop technology or trying technology. And this is a real proof. This is not a proof of concept. This is our third address. And at the moment, we're just going to have a quick tour to show you the possibility that we came up in our first trial, and hopefully we can build on it. And now we are opening our metaverse. I'm sorry if you want to see the other side. And as you can see, it represents a full building of the ministry, where actually each floor can serve you for a different purpose. And as you can see, you can come take a ticket, and that will send a notification to our Customer Happiness Center employee to join the metaverse. And that will be a nice experience where they can interact by voice. They can go to see, this is our knowledge wall, where you come and see all information related to the ministry. You can come to know our services. There are networking area where people, either employee and customers, or customers only, can mingle and talk as a group or as a one-to-one. And we can go a bit to see our auditorium. I mean, we're trying to copy this auditorium, but I hope that doesn't be infringement of copyright.
You look younger there.
I made sure I look younger on the avatar. That's an advantage of avatar. You can look the way you want to be.
I love it.
So this is a place where actually we can hold real events, we can sign agreements. If we all remember in March in Vestobia, we actually streamed an entire like the auditorium for people to join us in the metaverse who couldn't do the physical visit. So this is an example of how people can use things. Our metaverse is also equipped actually with the capability of signing agreement and DocuSign. So if we have MOUs with international companies, we can meet in this instance and actually sign an actual legally binding document. If we move to the other floor, actually, just to give you a quick feel.
I'm not happy with the look and feel. I'm more Victorian style, kind of, wood. But Khalifa told me it's too heavy to take it to space, so...
That's the point, Your Excellency. And if we come here, those booths we see there is actually where when you get your tickets and the employee will come, you can go into a one-to-one meeting where you can share your screen, and our customer happiness agent will help you actually to go through your service step by step. Here where we can have one of our ministers' avatar, if we can try one, I think. Ahmed.
الميتافيرس هو الداعم الرئيسي للاقتصاد الجديد القائم على الابتكار والمعرفة، وركيزة أساسية لتنمية الصناعات الإبداعية، وتتضمن استراتيجية دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة في ضوء رؤية وتوجيهات قيادتها الرشيدة صياغة فرص جديدة تسهم في بناء مستقبل واعي للاقتصاد الرقمي. الميتافيرس هو الداعم الرئيسي للاقتصاد الجديد القائم على الابتكار والمعرفة.
This shows you possibilities that codes can be put in a hologram, in a metaverse. And that last thing we'll see today, Ahmed, if we can go please to the meeting room where the metaverse committee will be meeting every week. So we physically can meet here, share screen, because the Ministry of Economy has launched their Metaverse Committee, and that shows how the Ministry of Economy is taking things the whole 9 yards. And I think that's where I want to end our demo, Your Excellency, because of the time. And this is just a taste of what we have. I hope you can join us on the Metaverse, and thank you.
Thank you. Fantastic. Thank you. Fantastic. Thank you, everyone, for joining us, and looking forward to many other dialogues coming through, but this was amazing. Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Excellency, Bashar, and Mark. Thank you. Thank you. Fantastic.
Good job.
Thank you.
الحضور الكريم، والآن مع كلمة رئيسية يقدمها السيد إيهاب فودة، مدير عام القطاع الحكومي لدى مايكروسوفت الشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا. Ladies and gentlemen, now a keynote by Mr. Ihab Fouda, Public Sector General Manager of Microsoft Middle East and Africa.
في بين الاثنين بس.
الحضور الكريم، والآن مع كلمة رئيسية يقدمها السيد إيهاب فودة، مدير عام القطاع الحكومي لدى مايكروسوفت الشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا. Ladies and gentlemen, now a keynote by Mr. Ihab Fouda, Public Sector General Manager of Microsoft Middle East and Africa.
السلام عليكم. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Ihab Fode, and I run the public sector business for Microsoft in the Middle East and Africa. And I'm here, first of all, I want to just say thank you for really giving us the opportunity. What an amazing place, what an amazing gathering. And we are honored to be here to share with you Microsoft view and Microsoft underlying technologies that help us and to position what we mean by the metaverse. I'm told point at, there you go. So allow me to start by sharing with you Microsoft mission. It is to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. We understand and we realize this is a very challenging statement of vision, and with that comes a sense of accountability, an accountability for us to continue to innovate, to produce and release technologies that can help us all across the globe. If we take a look at the recent history, 40 to 50 years ago, we see that from every 10 to 20 years, there is a shift in paradigm. There is a shift in computing platforms. In the mid-70s, personal computing became possible. And then in the mid-90s, we saw the rise of the internet and how people and communities were able to connect and communicate regardless of distance across boundaries. Then comes the smartphone, a convergence of different technologies, computing, camera, mobility, that gave us an amazing platform for applications for the mobile. And then we had cloud computing with an amazing set of technologies like artificial intelligence and the capabilities of Internet of Things and many more services that we enjoy today. On top of that, we saw the rise of the online gaming and how our, I wouldn't say children, I do game from time to time, so how our children and our families are connecting in a way that is really unique and I would say futuristic. So the question is, why the metaverse? We've heard from the panelists, we see a lot of discussions about use cases, about underlying technologies. But what happened, if I go back 2 years back during the pandemic, there was a need for us to connect and communicate despite the difficulties that we were facing. And thankfully, technology allowed us to do that. So what's next? What we are talking about is taking these meetings and connections beyond what we know today, where we can have rich experiences. And it's not just about the human connection. The way we think of the metaverse, we think of it as the consumer metaverse, the enterprise metaverse, and the industrial metaverse. According to McKinsey, it's estimated that today, more than 60% of our consumers are already using some form of the metaverse. 90 to 95% of business leaders are predicting that the metaverse would have a positive impact on their businesses. We've heard a lot of numbers, but one number I have is $5 trillion in terms of economical value by the year 2030. But most importantly, really, is that it is exciting. There is a global excitement about the metaverse. And what is unique about the platform that we have today is that you can build for today and be ready for the future, leveraging this platform. A lot of definitions, depending on which podcast you attend, which publication you read, which event, such as this, you attend. Regardless of the different definitions, we're all keen and focused on certain areas, which is bringing people, places, things, processes in the real world and having a digital replication of those in the virtual world and then integrate them back into the real world, creating new experiences, new opportunities. This is how we think of the metaverse. With that, I wanted to show a video. that talks about that. Voice. So we don't have voice, but I will explain. What we're seeing here is what's called the digital twin, where we take replicas of physical places and have that digital replication in the cloud. We're talking about IoT devices that stream infinite set of data that we can apply science on and make sense out of. We're talking here about the impact on sustainability, leveraging such technologies. Over here, we're seeing how we can streamline assembly lines, manufacturing facilities to detect, predict, and simulate. Having replicas of engines in a digital format. Over here, we see drones doing inspections on bridges and feeding that videos where we can apply AI capabilities on what we see to predict and fix.
Entire cities.
Here we go.
And the billions of devices that connect us to this world and to each other. This is the physical world. But what if we can replicate that physical world into its digital twin? A digital twin that is bound to the physical world in real time, that we can experience in mixed reality, that we can collaborate with, that we can run simulations on and find what is important to us, that we can apply AI to learn, predict, and act, to save time and money, to reduce carbon, to preserve natural resources, to improve safety, to bring us all closer. This is already happening today. Across the world, organizations are taking advantage of this new wave of innovation that trends to an interconnectedness that enables the metaverse. Everything modeled in the metaverse mirrors the status of its physical twin, including the interactions and relations between everything else. By applying the power of the cloud, we eliminate boundaries of what this can do. The potential is limitless. We can now track and analyze data from connected environments to identify patterns, trends, and anomalies. We can now simulate any possibility, evaluate outcomes, determine the impact of any change or condition. We can now harness AI to perceive the physical world, to improve and automate tasks, to give superpowers to your frontline workers. We can now give everyone in your organization the power to build apps and workflows, to collaborate with each other in this virtual space, to share and receive expertise at the right time with the right context in front of you, to move through the physical world and get relevant information about its digital counterpart when and where you need, using mixed reality. The Microsoft Cloud brings these capabilities together with the limitless computing power of the cloud and intelligent devices at the edge, and creates this framework for building immersive and impactful digital twin, mixed reality, and metaverse solutions.
It is really interesting that every time I look at this video, I get inspired by the technology and the possibilities. A lot of what we've seen in this video does exist today. So it's something that we can leverage as we speak. So as Microsoft, what are the areas that we work on to ensure that we are participating with our consumers, our customers in the enterprise, in the industrial world, what are the three things that we focus on? First, it is really about the power of presence. How do I go beyond a video and beyond voice, where I can have a rich experience in a hybrid world? What about improving and giving our employees and consumers ways to innovate, to become more productive, create new cultures in a way that we've never seen before? It is about the industrial metaverse, where we talk about simulations, predictions, and automation. And here, the main goal is really to reduce cost, improve efficiencies, and increase the overall return on investment. But there is a foundational layer that we do not compromise, which is safety, security, and having an open platform for all. I want to go a little bit deeper and talk about the power of presence. During the pandemic, we were connected thanks to great technologies from Microsoft and from others. We benefited from it tremendously in Microsoft. But we believe that the next generation is going to be where I can have a real-life experience. Imagine having your digital asset represented in an avatar, where you can have eye contact, where you can show emotions, just the way you are in the real world. Imagine a teammate or a team player that is facing issues or difficulties, and then she can go and connect with others across the universe or across different locations, where they can come together in a virtual space, simulate, troubleshoot, fix, almost in real time. Imagine what we can do on top of what's already an amazing gaming platform. Taking another look at how do we create immersive worlds. And picture with me this. If I have an infinite 3D canvas where I can draw in a virtual place, a new world that we are familiar with, or new worlds that we've never seen before. It's up to us how we can imagine this. Imagine if I can have scenarios where I have business-to-business experiences, business-to-consumer experiences. Can I build on top of a gaming, already amazing platform to have better ways for individuals and families to interact, to connect and socialize? Going to the industrial metaverse, imagine a retail place where we can apply some science and look at consumer traffic, queues, long queues, and how can I apply fixes where I can enhance the experience of the shopper. Imagine an amazing place like this museum, a building, a theater, a stadium, where we can take that physical place and have a digital replica for it in the cloud. And why do I do that? I do that so I can simulate, predict, apply AI capabilities, having flow of data, instant flow of data, so I can predict, I can fix, I can enhance, and almost immediately push it back to the real world. This is not new in terms of use cases. As we know, probably in the 70s, the aircraft manufacturers used to have actual replicas of the airplane in different conditions. And the reason they do that is that they want to simulate and see what errors could happen. Used to have equipment on premise that cost millions of dollars that we used to have statistical modeling and simulations. With the digital twin, this is possible by spinning this into the cloud, apply science, and spin it back to the real world. Imagine decision makers, maybe in this room. where you go to a place where you visualize data in 3D, in a virtual space, you will see things that are not possible to see in a two-dimensional graph or a two-dimensional table. Imagine the possibilities. When we're talking about safety, within Microsoft, I think we have a unique position because we've been building services and products for a long time with security in mind by design. We are here to protect the data privacy of our consumers. We are here committed to the security of the organizations that we serve. And we're open. It's an open standard set of technologies where creators and developers have the right to choose whatever technology they like and have the right to integrate with other technologies. And you might think, the metaverse, always I have to wear the cool HoloLens or the AR, VR. No. As users, we can engage with the metaverse using any device. Smartphone, tablet, a PC, etc. So if we look at the evolution, today we've seen a video where, and I've talked a little bit about really things that are right here. And we are so proud to say that we have a hyperscale, state-of-the-art data center that offers all Microsoft services right here in the UAE. And it's not new, it's been here for years. And that allows us to do things like digital twins or the Azure digital twins, the capabilities of AI, the coolness and the innovation with the HoloLens. In the near future, there are technologies that are coming our way. Microsoft Mesh and Microsoft Mesh for Teams that allows us to create those immersive experiences when we connect and communicate. Talking about a concept for dynamics, connected places, where I can apply the technology wherever we see people in any workplace, whether it's an office or an assembly line or a factory, and almost automatically apply automation to the processes. Those are coming. And in the future, we are committed to bring these worlds together. If you look in the future picture over there, you see a person wearing the green jacket. That person has his avatar asset management representation of himself attending an event or a concert. And the same person moves and have a scene session in a business setup. And then transitions to attend a design session in his holoported self. Those technologies are technologies that we are working on. We are committed to have them ready, and it goes back to what we said in our initial mission statement. Talking about technologies, I want to play another video that expresses a little bit more what we mean by Microsoft Mesh for Teams.
Connection is a spark that gives our lives meaning. It drives us to seek out others who feel the same way.
Okay, why don't you input the data and we'll take a look together. Hey Mari, what you got for me?
To find those who share our views, yet offer different perspectives.
Look over here.
Challenge us with new ways of seeing.
That I think we should
deepen our understanding, and enrich our lives.
最后一笔的时候，往前。
Great things happen when we commit to something bigger than ourselves.
Let's take a closer look at it.
Place this here. Let's see how we go from there, okay?
This sense of collaboration and the feelings of connection it brings excites us.
Hey, just in time. I'm gonna move it slightly, okay?
It's yours, take it.
We have 2 planes right now on the same trajectory.
As we put people first, technology fades into the background and feels like anything but.
Aisha, what do you think?
I think if we had 330, maintaining 2800, we'll be clear for approach.
Excellent.
This changes the way we see the world, and in turn, changes the world we see.
These numbers are looking great, actually.
There's promise in the possibilities, and what we see and create next will stretch the imagination.
Good morning, Sarah.
Morning.
Slowly coming towards the thumb.
A world without boundaries.
Good job. A lot better than yesterday.
Yeah.
Excellent. Slowly bring
A world where technology enhances, not limits, humanity. With people front, center, and in the spotlight. The future is here. And here can be anywhere. Introducing Microsoft Mesh.
What is interesting here is how we saw not just conquering the boundaries of distance and virtual world, we conquered to, leveraging great technologies, the different languages. And thanks to AI-enabled transcripts and translations, you've seen in the video where people from different parts of the world communicating as if they speak the same language. Over here, this is a proof of concept that we've done with Accenture, and I know the panelists talked about it, where we worked with Accenture to help them onboard thousands of people during the pandemic. On the left here, you see avatars representing those individuals, and you see them discussing, whiteboarding, and collaborating. And on the right, created a space, a virtual space of the company where people come together to socialize and share and entertain. I am so excited to say that we are launching the second generation of HoloLens right here in the UAE. And I invite you all to attend the sessions and go and check the amazing set of use cases that we have there. And I'm going to play, you can call it a commercial video, but something to illustrate this great technology that combines real world and virtual world. Only one? Thank you. Thank you. And by the way, the scenarios you're seeing here, I think at our booth we have real scenarios for the enterprise, for specifically government, healthcare, training, and engineering that you would like you to witness yourselves. So where do we go from here? Experience. What an amazing gathering. What an amazing topic. You've got the people, the right people here to discuss with, to dialogue with, to experience. Experience the devices. Go and check the use cases. Get familiar with them. And if you have the capabilities, think about the next use case of a HoloLens or the next use case of a digital twin where I can take a virtual replica, a digital replica of my physical world, and how I can improve my workplace. And then, most importantly, continue to learn and look for new technologies that are coming. We've talked about the mesh. Check it out, see what's happening. How can I leverage it in my own workplace? And with that, I really want to thank you for giving us this amazing, amazing opportunity. And I wish you a productive and a successful event. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, can you hear me?
الحضور الكريم، ستبدأ الجلسة النقاشية التالية بعد لحظات. تقدم الجلسة السيدة سارة فورستر، إعلامية من صحيفة The National. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel session moderated by Sarah Forster, a journalist at The National, is to start in a few moments.
Hey my friend, how you doing?
Hi, good morning everyone. Thank you for coming back. I'd like to welcome you all, ladies, gentlemen, your excellencies, to this next panel. Now, it is absolutely no surprise that this is one of the first topics on the first day of the Dubai Metaverse Assembly. Real estate in the metaverse. Now, it's often said at the moment that buying land in the metaverse now is similar to buying land in New York 250 years ago. That's the kind of future they see from the space. Now, paying real money for digital items is nothing new. It's been around in the gaming world for a long time. Arguably, some games were maybe one of the first iterations of metaverses, games such as Fortnite. And in this new world, you would hire an architect to design you a building. They would design you an office, a mall maybe, your home, your dream home. But then instead of taking those blueprints to a construction company, you would take them to a team of developers. That is what happens when building in the metaverse. But the ability to buy land that doesn't exist in the real world has certainly attracted some attention, not just amongst individuals trying to get in on the next Bitcoin, but it's also attracted the big names to the scene. We're very lucky to be joined by some of these big names today, as well as one person who is behind these digital scenes. So I'll just welcome them to the stage now. We have Guy Parsonage from PwC. We have Ali Sajwani from Dubai Properties. Hi. Joe Abi Akel from Majid Al Futtaim. And from the Decentraland Foundation, we have Sam Hamilton. Hi, welcome everyone. So, obviously, throughout the conversation, feel free to chime in with each other. But just to get the ball rolling, I'm going to start with you, Ali, because you come from the world of bricks and mortar, real, tangible real estate. How is a company such as Dubai Properties approaching the metaverse?
So, metaverse has been a very loose term recently. People use it for all sorts of things. We decided to go with a very focused approach. So in Damak, we have sales that happen on the ground. We have sales that happen internationally. And when COVID happened, we started an online channel of sales. So we do sell to our customers using Microsoft Teams, using Zoom, etc. And the sales are substantial. We do over $100 million a quarter using that channel. Now, as you appreciate, the conversions are very low because it's not an immersive experience. You're speaking to someone on a Zoom call, and you're still convincing them to buy real estate halfway across the world. So the way we decided to invest in the metaverse is to create digital twins of all of our assets and communities, but very immersive digital twins, such that you can see the villa or apartment that you want to purchase, you look at the views, you pick the finishes, and we take you through the sales process and the sales journey from beginning to end. Once you receive your unit, we're going to allow you to log into these digital communities, and then you can interact with your neighbors, with your fellow community members, in a digital fashion. So that's how we look at the metaverse and how we're trying to utilize the metaverse to further enhance our current business model.
And what if you meet your neighbors and you don't like them? Do you get your money back? Can you swap plots?
You could go anonymous so no one knows who you are, but...
Great. So you're using this as well to create, to enhance the community that already exists within Dubai Properties.
To enhance the current communities and to enable the future communities so people get a real idea of what's being built before it's being handed over.
And do you accept payment for these properties in cryptocurrency?
We do. So we use an intermediary, which is based out of Abu Dhabi. It's an ADGM listed company. We don't accept any crypto on our books. So they handle the entire transaction and they transfer fiat currency to us for any crypto-related transactions.
Okay. Well, moving from bricks and mortar to blockchains and private keys, I'll bring in Sam here from Decentraland. Now, Decentraland has 90,000 parcels of land.
Just over.
You've been around since 2017.
Yep.
Can you tell us a bit about the community that you have going?
Yeah, actually, it's communities now. 5 years ago, it was a very small amount of people, maybe a couple of hundred people who were interested in the metaverse. Nobody else wanted to listen or know about it, and obviously, over 5 years, we've come a long way. What's happening in Decentraland right now is people are splintering off into smaller communities. So you have all the NFT projects, you know, the apes, the mooncats, they all have their own communities and they're establishing HQs in Decentraland and having meetups and events. You have communities by geography. So we have a really big Chinese community who speak in Chinese and have Chinese events, and that's happening all over the world. And yeah, the community is really growing and getting strong. Obviously, through the times of COVID and lockdown, there was a lot of people looking for social elements but stuck in their house, and Decentraland was well placed to pick up that and help people find people to connect with throughout that whole time.
So there are obviously people buying up plots of land as individuals. How are larger players getting involved, such as governments?
There's governments talking about building embassies at the moment. In fact, some are in production, so that, you know, for smaller countries, building an embassy in every country in the world is very expensive. So having an embassy in the metaverse, where people can apply for a visa or do some of the admin work, that makes a lot of sense and saves a lot of money. Brands buying up plots in Decentraland, but also renting and also taking advantage of the foundation, who I work with, which is a non-profit organisation. So we've given a lot of brands free leases just to let them dip their toe in the water and understand what the metaverse is about.
Okay, so you're letting them try before they buy?
Yeah.
Okay, very generous. Well, how much does a plot of land go for example?
Well, we sold them all in 2017, 2018 for $20 a pop. And now I think the cheapest is around $3,500. So you can see speculators got in early and the increase in value has been astonishing.
And what would you say to the cynics who say that the only reason to buy land in the metaverse is to just sell it on for more money in the future?
I think there's a lot of truth in that. In some ways, you know, the metaverse is hype at the moment. There's a lot of people who see money in it and see ways of making money. It's not really what I'm interested in. I'm interested in building out the experiences and ushering in the new generation of the internet. I think this is way more important than the financial side of it. In fact, in some ways, speculators have made our job more difficult because they outprice the real developers who want to come in and build.
Would you call Decentraland a game?
No. I'd say we're gamifying the internet. I think it's more of a social media. I think it's the next iteration of social media where people have a more human experience. At the moment, I mean, define the metaverse. For some people, we already live in the metaverse. We spend 8-10 hours a day on our phones, scrolling through, whereas the next iteration is a much more human experience. You walk, you talk, you hug, you kiss. You do what real people do to be social.
Yeah, okay. So I'm going to bring in Joe now. As I understand, Majid Al Futtaim have some land in Decentraland. So what brought you to make that leap?
Yeah, sure. So maybe starting from where we ended the previous question, right? What we're experiencing today with Web3 and the metaverse is not something that's totally new, or it's not a complete revolution. It's actually an evolution of trends that we've been experiencing for years. Obviously, they got accelerated during COVID. And given Majid Al Futtaim is a lifestyle conglomerate, we're in the business of the customer, we always have to keep evolving to meet these ever-evolving needs of the customer, right? So we had to start thinking of what should we do within the metaverse Web3 and how should we build the capabilities and the presence required so we're ready when this starts to materialize in 5 to 10 years in terms of value creation. So what we've done is multifold. We looked at the challenges of Web3 and the metaverse, right? Today you have challenges around infrastructure, technology. You have challenges around governance, interoperability. But for me, the biggest challenge is education and awareness. And that's where we started. We've built our own, let's say, strategic direction towards Web3 metaverse. And we started with our own employees first, our own colleagues, by training everyone in the organization to the applications of Web3 and the metaverse. So far, we've had trainings with more than 1,000 colleagues, right, across the different regions we operate in. Second, we said we needed to build the right capabilities in-house. So we've set up our own Web3 studio with our own internal talent, from designers to developers to people who are actually proficient with 3D modeling and understand Decentraland, Sandbox, the technical requirements of each. And we started using these services for internal purposes. And now we're going to start looking at how to offer this to our partners, because we're a platform business. We're not only in the business of the end consumer. We also serve other businesses, retailers, tenants, brands. And what we did third is partner. We looked at the right partners. This is not something we can do on our own. So we partnered, for example, with Binance to enable crypto-related applications. And we also partnered with a company called EveryRealm, who actually own land in Decentraland and offer it as a service. They actually offer rental services to retailers or brands who want to experiment with the metaverse. We did the design ourselves. They're doing the development for us to build a mall in the metaverse. We also have experimented with having offices in the metaverse and running meetings for our teams within that space to see how more productive, how more immersive these experiences could be. And last, we started also trying not only to look at the fully virtual type of experiences, similar to what Ali was mentioning, taking our physical experiences and looking at how can we amplify them using Web3 type of technologies. We did an investment in the partnership with Dreamscape, which is a VR startup out of the US. We launched with them in Mall of the Emirates a entertainment-based VR experience, but now we're looking how to take that same technology to apply it to education, to travel, and more importantly, to real estate, right? Creating a virtualization of real estate or these digital twins to allow tenants in our malls or homeowners who are buying from us to visualize their houses, customize them even before they're built.
You mentioned earlier that COVID accelerated your adoption of the metaverse. But, I mean, and any of you can chime in with this. How much do you think COVID accelerated the sort of adoption of the metaverse and exploration into it?
I think, I think it definitely accelerated it, but what it did was put the idea in people's heads that there was, it gave people a reason to go to the metaverse. And once some people started using it, they were just like, yeah, this is for me. And it was a huge acceleration. I mean, it's not something you can say it was lucky, because it was a really bad time for the human race, but we definitely benefited from it.
Is it possible to put a number, guys? Do you think we can put a number on it? If it weren't for COVID, we wouldn't be in this spot for another 5 years?
I think there's two kind of opposing forces. One is that we've taught ourselves that we can spend our time on screen or on devices and actually be productive, where many weren't, and they thought there was a barrier to it. But the other one is that we've spent so much time on the same platforms for so long that we're searching for something new. So it's the clients that I'm spending time with are wanting to explore what's next, because they've done the Zoom team selling, they've done that. They want the next tool, the next iteration, so they're hungry for it. So it's definitely accelerated it. A number, I'm not quite sure.
I think one of the key reasons this entire industry has been on the map is actually the rebranding of Facebook to Meta. I think that was really a large catalyst which brought a lot of eyeballs into the space, where you have one of the biggest companies in the world changing the name of the company and investing heavily in this new domain. It brings in a lot of attention.
Yeah, it was certainly a show of dedication, wasn't it, to change such a household name as Facebook to Meta. Sorry, Sam, go on.
I was just going to say, I think they did that because the momentum was already there. So if they hadn't done that at that point, they would have not been seen as the pioneers, because it was already happening.
True. Guy, let's stick with you now. Let's talk a little bit about commercial benefits, jobs, how this is good for the economy, buying land in the real estate.
Sure. I think the overall benefit, we're starting to see some unbelievable numbers of like $8 to $13 trillion worth of revenue to be generated through these platforms. We see it as this fantastic opportunity, but with an equal amount of risk and challenge. I think we've been talking about some of the risks on your side and trying to understand how do we bridge that gap between awareness and activity and do it in a safe and controlled way. And that's where trying to help clients to come up with practical use cases where we can relate to their current business strategy. What are some of the needs? Being able to sell, being able to connect, being able to build brand, and then trying to build a practical use case that can then get into the market very quickly. They can start to build capacity and capability inside their teams, start to understand what it means to interact in 3 dimensions, where they've got IT teams, they've got digital teams, they've got customer teams, they've got brand teams, but they've not had to interact in this way before. But then on the risk side, the other challenge is that you can't just give this to the marketing team and say, go build me a metaverse experience, because we need regulation to be considered, we need tax to be considered, because there is a crypto component or a payment component, which is part of that. And so you're often having to bring a large part of the whole organization along to understand what are the risks and rewards. Everyone's asking for what's the business case, but because everything is emerging so much, it's very hard to justify it in a traditional business case manner. So we're having to look for the right kind of metrics for that organisation, along with exploration and learning being an important part of it. And then we're also seeing that organisations are then getting into the challenge of what is our strategy, where are we going to be in 3 to 5 years with an emerging collection of technologies. And so we're seeing that the strategies are emerging at the same time as the initial use case and exploration. So making a decision about a practical use case while at the same time looking at the horizon for the next ones and the next ones as you start to build the capability in the organisation.
What are some use cases that you can share with us today?
So we're working across corporates and government institutions at the same time. From a government point of view, we are definitely seeing around the brand building in the initial phase and understanding how to use the technology that can then be shared with the rest of the nation. And we're also seeing around the future of regulation, because these platforms need to be regulated, the various crypto providers need to be regulated. And so how do you then bring together the regulators in a forum which is relevant to what they're trying to regulate, and how do you then also create new ways in which they can communicate and share what's necessary. And then also a huge amount of use cases, and I think we were talking about them there, from a brand point of view, from a new audience point of view, from a new product and digital product point of view. And then the other one that always comes up very quickly with clients when they start looking externally, they then also realise that internally they need to train, they need to onboard, and often those are quite systemised processes that even when they're human-based can be somewhat inhuman because it becomes a bit of a factory sometimes. So these are great opportunities to take this into the metaverse. So PwC has built a campus, an international one, and we've also got territory level ones where we're bringing and onboarding thousands of people in these experiences that we also need them to understand, because it's a big part of our clients' worlds as well.
And is there much difference between public and private?
I believe there's a very large difference, and so often the biggest challenge is around the cyber rules. What are we doing around regulation and data? And so for ourselves, when we built our space in Sandbox, we were looking at the use case around that and the way in which we were sharing data, managing data. So we actually went for a very kind of public version of the data that we would be able to use. We're not capturing any data at all within that, and the only information we're sharing is public information on the public platform. However, when we're looking at our B2B relationships, when we're looking at our training environments, we're doing that within the private environments where we can house and manage the data in a way in which fulfills our traditional compliance challenges.
And what do you say to companies who are considering maybe dabbling in the metaverse?
I say that this is a massive opportunity which is not going away. If you would say to a company now that hadn't touched social media, if they were in a commerce environment, had not touched e-commerce, this is exactly the same, but even bigger. The opportunity is significantly larger because of the combination of technologies. And so to build the capability and the understanding and to bring the organisation along is a big effort. And so it's important, I would say, to start realistically, understand you need to move the organisation, but have a longer-term vision.
Mm-hmm. Sam, do you think... Oh, sorry.
I think also what's key for organizations who want to move into the space is set up a separate entity and set up a separate team for it. The talent in the space and the skill set, they tend to be younger people who would not suit or work well with typical corporate culture. So with us, I mean, we set up an entity called D Labs to work on the Damak Group Metaverse projects. So we also have resorts coming in the Maldives. We're building the digital twins now. We have projects in London and Miami, and we're building those digital twins as well. And when I was with the team yesterday, they're all young kids. They're between 23 to 28 years old, and they were all frustrated. They said, we want to use our personal computers. We don't want these restrictions on downloads. Every website we go to is blocked by the Damak technology team. So, you have to really treat them in a very different way than you would your typical corporate organizations.
And these places you're building in the Maldives and so on, is that for people to get a taste of what it's like to then go there in real life, or is that people to just visit in the metaverse?
Correct. So what we're doing is, on top of the metaverse platform which we're designing, we're building a loyalty program for our customers. So if you're within certain categories in Damak, we have tiers for all of our customers, and depending on which tier you sit in, you get certain benefits. And we're trying to bring that all together. So if you are of a certain tier level and you have certain investments with us, you could be entitled to X amount of nights in Maldives or in some of our projects coming up in the US. And the Metaverse platform will enable you to experience our different products before actually booking and going. So in the Maldives, it's my favorite destination. I go there twice a year. But you become very picky with the resort and which villa you want to book, because there's different views, etc. So this gives people a chance to actually go and discover all the different units in the resort, look at all the different views. You get a real sense of what to expect when you arrive. And it makes that entire booking process for them much easier, and again, much more immersive. So if someone's choosing between, we're building a Mandarin in the Maldives, if someone's choosing between Mandarin and Four Seasons, and you have this immersive experience, where Four Seasons just has a listing page with rooms and different prices, the customer is going to be more inclined to book with you than some of your competition.
Yeah, I mean, I know personally, before going on holiday, I'll sift through hundreds of reviews to see if anyone says like, oh, well, this room's too close to here and it's noisy, or, or this one's got a better view. But what better than going there with a headset and being able to see for yourself?
Sarah, if I may add, the same experience that applies to real estate applies to retail and commerce, right? Today, the whole digital e-commerce experience, if you think about it, obviously it's an advancement versus where we were, but it's still broken in a way. It feels as if it's one-sided, right? The communication is not from both sides. Either it's brands dumping things on you, or it's customers trying to discover and find the information, right? And what the metaverse will bring in terms of application or advancement is the nature that is conversational of that experience. It's gonna make it both ways. It's gonna allow the customer to come, be immersed into the experience that that retailer or brand is gonna be offering, and it's gonna make e-commerce much more seamless, much more effective. And if I'm not mistaken, I read a study from McKinsey that's saying that the metaverse and Web3 industry is going to be around 5 trillion in 2023. Half of that will be an improvement on the current e-commerce that people experience in a way that is already broken and is going to be improved.
Mm.
Just on the retail side, the one challenge I think we have is that metaverse brings us a massive opportunity of creating a new experience, new communities doing new things that they haven't been able to do in the real world. And the use cases that I'm seeing around retail starting to emerge are typically focused on the digital twin solution, so inspired by existing malls that were created for humans that needed to walk around and fulfill gravity. So I challenge the retail world to take advantage of what the platforms provide, go to the hyperreal, think about how humans would like to interact, take advantage of what we're seeing in the public platforms which are being created by children all the way through to corporations. What are those experiences looking like? And then how do we match the brands into those experiences and do something which is gamified, which is unique and original, as opposed to too many real-world examples, I think, are being created right now within a layer of commerce being put on top, which I don't think takes advantage of the real experience that the platforms can provide.
Mm.
I think there's an interesting point about that, not just about retail, but about the metaverse in general. I feel like it can be as abstract as you want. However, I feel like people need to be grounded in something that they understand and then led to the abstract. We have roads in Decentraland. You can teleport anywhere in Decentraland, but we have roads. And people like to walk down roads and maybe bump into someone they've never met before and do those human things. So, yeah, it can be as abstract as you like, but let's lead people there gradually.
Let's take them somewhere rather than I know what this is, I know how to interact, I have to get onto an escalator, which doesn't really make sense.
Yeah. That's very similar, in fact, to cryptocurrency, where some of the terminology has been made to be very accessible to people. For example, you'd have a wallet.
Yeah.
You don't keep any currency in that wallet, do you? You know, it's your signing device, but people wouldn't understand it if you called it a signing device. So maybe going down that road, what are some of the ways that the metaverse is trying to relate to people? Like you say, for example, more examples like walking down the road. You don't need to walk down the road. What else don't you need to do in Centraland? Like what's the future of what people are going to be doing there?
Actually, I don't think we're going to reinvent the wheel. I think the metaverse is a new medium for storytelling. Like, as the human race, we're a race of storytellers. We've been doing it for thousands of years, and we just keep inventing new ways of doing that. So the human experience is going to continue along the same way. We see people wanting to express their identity, wanting to, show who they are to the world, which is a very human thing. I don't think this is going to change. Okay, so I've got this analogy at the moment that I've been telling people, and people really get it. If you project what's going on with the metaverse onto cinema, go back 100 years, we're in the days of silent movies. We've got decades of innovation ahead of us, and, in movies you had audio, trolleys, Steadicams, CGI graphics. I think a lot of people at the moment want to make that blockbuster movie from now, but we're actually in the days of silent movies. And the experience is going to change so much as we look forward.
I think people need some patience. It reminds me actually of, I heard an anecdote, I wasn't around at the time obviously, but that very first movie of the train coming towards the screen, apparently people in the cinema were terrified and they leapt out of their seats. So, it's normal to be maybe a little scared of new technology.
Actually, the first ever train journey in the UK, like 300 years ago, the mayor of the town of Liverpool stood in front of the train and said, "Stop," and he was run over and killed. And it's because, up until then, forms of transport were horses, and you could stand in front and say, "Stop." Understanding new technologies can save your life.
Don't get run over. But I'm just going to reference about the use case point of view about human interaction. And so the first thing we often do when we're taking clients through an exploration of what is the relevant use case is to look at real-world examples, auditoriums, meeting spaces, shopping environments. So what are the relevant use cases of how humans interact with each other, interact with product, interact with service? That becomes your template, but then, to my point, how do you elevate it above that? I mean, this building is an amazing example of that. It hasn't been a traditional building which has taken a traditional mold. So how do we do the same thing in the metaverse? We don't need to start with rectangular buildings and then pop them up. We start with what's the interaction model we're trying to create, and then how do we build an amazing experience around it? Then how do we gamify it to make people want to keep coming back? And then how do we keep evolving that experience as well? Because we can rebuild something in a flick of a switch, which you can't do in the real world. So how do you take advantage of what you have inside these platforms, these environments, and not be trapped into whether your 12-month build cycle and make sure you're doing something really interesting.
So would you say the only constriction really is space? You buy your plot of land, you have to stay within that
Perceived.
plot. But
that's not even a constriction, because people in our community have built something called the Infinity Engine, which means you're on one parcel of land, but it feels like an eternal world.
Like a holodeck.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. It's incredible. Like, when this person first built, we were just like, the whole team were like, how is this, we didn't even understand how it worked, and I hired him. I actually hired him because it was like incredible. But yeah.
Actually, Sarah, a perspective on this. If we keep trying to understand from now all the use cases and application of what the metaverse or Web3 could do, I think that would be a mistake, right? The whole nature of the metaverse and Web3 is it's decentralized, right? It allows for a democratization of content creation, of technology creation. That's the whole premise. So us sitting here, we're going to always think of the art of possible, what we know, and try to see how we can mimic a physical or a current digital experience into a metaverse. And these are starting points. These are very relevant use cases. But the potential of what this could bring is honestly endless. And you can even see it. It's evident when you look at how people are estimating the metaverse, the definition of it, what is Web3, what is the market size. In the past 3 weeks, I've seen like 10 studies, and the numbers go from hundreds of trillions to a couple of billions, and no one knows, right? That's the reality of it. So we need to start with what we know. I think the real message there is experiment, right? Allow your people, as Harry was saying, allow your people to actually innovate outside of the constraints of your current business, and keep experimenting and evolving and looking at who's doing what, right, outside. Bring in the right partners, the right innovators, the right individuals who can bring that out-of-the-box thinking, and then eventually it will pan out, and you're going to see how things will evolve, right?
I think there's a couple of really important points here. There's two kind of metaverses. There's the open metaverse, which you can kind of think of as the internet. You can go on the internet, you can upload whatever you want. You have the freedom, nobody is going to stop you. There's not a company, like if the internet is broken, you can't phone the internet and say, hey, my internet's broken. Whereas there's also a closed internet. There's a lot of companies, like established legacy companies, that are coming into the space, building what's more like a video game. You know, it's a metaverse, but it's really contained. You can't take those assets out of that metaverse and put them in another one. The ecosystem is all closed. So this is an important battle, and for Decentraland, this is the most important thing. Is the internet is kind of broken at the moment. I think most people worldwide feel that it's not what we set out to build 25 years ago, and it needs to be put back on the right direction so that it's not monopolized by a few companies. And the way to do that is decentralization.
Just on that point, I think the concept of it being a battle is maybe a little too harsh, but I think that there are very specific use cases where there's relevance for both. And you need to move an organization from a very centralized and data-controlled environment. You need to teach them how to evolve. They need to evolve themselves, and so you do that often with these private environments where there is control, where they're more comfortable, but they can understand what the opportunities could be on some of the public platforms, which is a decentralized organization for many companies is quite scary. Because they're going to say, what are the controls and where's it going to go? What's the strategy of where it's going to evolve to? Like, you've got to join the community. And so, therefore, I think there is a place for both. And there's a necessity right now to evolve with safer public experiences. So things that I was saying with data and elements that you're allowing people to engage with. And then the more controllable private experiences, because PwC doesn't want to go and do their onboarding of all of their staff in an environment where others can see exactly what we're doing and replicate it. And so we do need private, controllable environments for that.
You can have private spaces inside Decentraland.
You can have private spaces inside a decentralized organization, but you can't guarantee what's happening with all of that data in that decentralized organization. So there are data controls that my organization will insist upon that a decentralized organization cannot provide.
Yeah,
so the control aspects are the biggest consideration. Financial organizations that want to do financial transfers, they want to speak to customers around private details, they're not going to want to do it in a public or perceived private environment in a public platform.
I definitely agree that it's not a zero-sum game. I think with Decentraland, we just want to give people a choice. You know, in the future, if there's all these closed environments and there's one open environment, then at least people can choose whether they want to be the product or they want to use the product.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, everyone. We've come to the end of our time. It's been a fascinating discussion. Thank you. And I will just finish by saying that one of the largest public purchases of virtual real estate so far has been well in excess of $4 million. So I think that's clear that it's been taken very seriously and that there is a long way to go before we see how the virtual world is going to affect ours here. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
السيدات والسادة، استراحة لمدة 10 دقائق، نعود بعدها لاستئناف جلسات اليوم. شكراً. Ladies and gentlemen, a 10-minute coffee break starts now. See you shortly. Thank you. ضيوفنا الكرام، الرجاء التوجه للقاعة الخارجية لاستراحة لمدة 10 دقائق. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way to the break area for a 10-minute coffee break. Thank you.
So everyone will be out because both. الرجاء الخروج من القاعة لا.
الرجاء التقدم بإخلاء القاعة لأعمال تقنية. Dear guests, please leave the auditorium for technical purposes. الرجاء التقدم بإخلاء القاعة لأعمال تقنية. Dear guests, please leave the auditorium for technical purposes. ضيوفنا الكرام، الرجاء التقدم بإخلاء القاعة بأسباب أعمال تقنية. Dear guests, please leave the auditorium for technical purposes. Thank you. الضيوف الكرام، الرجاء أخذ أمتعتكم من القاعة وشكرا. Dear guests, please pick up your belongings from the auditorium. Thank you. الحضور الكريم، يرجى التوجه للقاعة الرئيسية. ستبدأ خلال لحظات جلسة حوارية مع سعادة السلطان أحمد بن سليم، رئيس مجلس الإدارة، الرئيس التنفيذي لمجموعة موانئ دبي العالمية، تقدمها السيدة براندي سكوت من شبكة الإذاعة العربية. Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed to the auditorium. A fireside chat with His Excellency Sultan Ahmed bin Slayem, Group Chairman and CEO of DP World, moderated by Brandy Scott from Arabian Radio Network, will start shortly. الحضور الكريم، يرجى التوجه للقاعة الرئيسية. ستبدأ خلال لحظات جلسة حوارية مع سعادة السلطان أحمد بن سليم رئيس مجلس الإدارة الرئيس التنفيذي لمجموعة موانئ دبي العالمية، تقدمها السيدة براندي سكوت من شبكة الإذاعة العربية. Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed to the auditorium. A fireside chat with His Excellency Sultan Ahmed bin Slayem, Group Chairman and CEO of DP World, moderated by Brandy Scott from Arabian Radio Network, will start shortly.
Okay, we're going now, yeah? Good afternoon, marhaba, and thank you for being with us here today. I have 10 minutes on the clock, so I am going to dispense with my normal formalities and get straight into this fireside discussion with the Group Chairman and CEO of DP World, Sultan bin Slayem, so that we do not waste a single second. Sultan, tell me, where do you see the potential for the metaverse?
In Davos, we announced we're starting the metaverse. It is a technology that we need. DP World is a company that is in over 60 countries. We are in 137 companies spread around the world, 93 or 94 terminals. I lost counting, but we need to interact with our people. The metaverse is a technology that allows us to interact. There are so much potential for us in our business. I believe even the world, we only scratch maybe the small part of the top of the metaverse. A simple example, and I give later on more. In an online meetings are good and everybody enjoyed it during the COVID. But if you notice, we are an online meeting, everyone in his own office. With the metaverse, you wear in the goggle, and you are with them in the same office. You look at the same person, you talk with them, you hold the same document, you read the same. So they're more interactive, and the results are much better. This is just one part. There are many other parts that touch all our businesses, which we can go in detail later on.
Which is exactly where we want to go, because we want to know how it can affect your operations at DP World, how you can use it to solve trade issues, supply issues, for example.
Well, we already started using the metaverse. the impact for the people will be better because you will move someone from a job that is dangerous and doesn't pay him much to a job that pays him more because now he's doing more. So the world today is the world of the brain. It's the age of the brain. The technology of the world today are technology of the brain. And so as we go advanced in the new technologies, we're using the brains. So in the port, for example, in the old time, maybe 20 years ago, if someone is strong, he'd make more money than the others because he can carry more. Today, no. If you have a better idea, a smarter idea, innovative idea, you can make more. We have a terminal in Rotterdam. There are no people in it. All the terminal is totally remotely operated. There's no equipment that is people driving it.
Over there.
Forklifts and equipment are moving with electricity. They do the operation. When they need charging, they go to the charging station, change the battery, and continue 24 hours. So you ask, where are the people? What are they doing? The people are not in the terminal. The people in their offices doing what they need to do best. What is the best? In a port, in our business, again, I'm talking about our business. Our business is the more cargo go in the port, the more money we make. So it doesn't matter whether you have the best operation. What matters is whether you have business. Our people, instead of doing the operation, which is a repetitive job, not a smart job, is done by the machine. And they are in their offices mobilizing cargo, calling their customer, telling him, come to my terminal, I can do a better job. I can give you a better price. That is better for me as a company than them sitting in the office.
I've got just 2 minutes left on the clock with you. Are you telling me that DP World is essentially becoming a tech company then?
We are a company that needs technology. We will not become a technology company, we will use the technology. We use many technologies, it's very important for us. I'll just give you a little example of how massive this is for DP World. We handle in our terminal around the world, and we are a company not in one country. We are in many countries, in many businesses, handling revenues that come in many currencies. We handle 75 million containers this year. Next year is going to be more. That is about 11% of world trade. That's about $3.6 trillion. But to make it more meaningful, that means if you divide it by the hours, we are handling $400,000 of cargo, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. How much information we have? How much service we need to give our customers? What can we do? There's no way on earth we can get this information, make the decisions, and make the right decision, and give someone the best. Should I take it from China through Singapore, or should I take it through another route? There could be 60, 70 routes. This only could be used by the technology. One of the technology which we are very interested in is a quantum computer. We are really working on it because it is a technology that will allow us to be able to analyze information faster. You give information to a normal computer, with a vast information, it could take him 2 months. With the quantum, you take about an hour or so. So analyzing information, digest them, and then utilize them for the customer is crucial. So we use the technology, and we don't only have software. We have software like many of the booking system and platform, but we have also hardware. Hard innovation, like a project called Box Day, where it reduced the operation and increased the capacity and utilize less than in the terminal. And anyone who wants to see it can go to YouTube and look at Box Day. It's a technology innovated by DP World. We have the patent for it, and we're going to use the first one, which is a big hardware machine structure that manufactured in Dubai. The first terminal will be Korea for the world. This will become a game changer because everybody has to follow the system.
We only had 10 minutes. He's absolutely filled it for you. Thank you so much for your time today. The Group Chairman and CEO of DP World, Sultan bin Sulayem. Thank you. could I have my mic back? If you do want to check out what DP World is doing in the metaverse, as you saw the demo behind us, if you head to F1 in Emirates Towers, you can put on the headset and you can try it for yourselves.
الحضور الكريم، ستبدأ خلال لحظات جلسة نقاشية تقدمها لورا باكويل، إعلامية من شبكة يورو نيوز. يرجى البقاء في مقاعدكم. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel session, moderated by Laura Buckwell, a journalist at Euronews, will start in a few moments. Please stay seated.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very, very warm welcome to you all to this next panel titled An Enabling Ecosystem, Maximizing Potential, where we're going to take a look at some of the essential building blocks that are growing and multiplying to expand the huge potential of the metaverse. First and foremost, I'd just like to say what an incredible panel lineup we have for you here today. Very much like this morning, very much like the next couple of days, and this panel is no exception. So let me introduce you to them now. It's a very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Please join me in welcoming Kathy Lee, the head of Media, Entertainment and Sports Platform, and member of the Executive Committee at the World Economic Forum. A very warm welcome. Lovely of you to join us. Dr. Marwan Al-Zarouni, the Strategic Advisor of Digital Dubai, is our next guest. A very warm welcome. James Hairston is our next guest. He is the Director of Reality Labs Policy at Meta. A very warm welcome to James. And rounding out our panel today is Balsam Danash, who is the Head of Operations at FTX MENA. A very warm welcome to you all. Thank you so much for joining us. Right, we have 30 minutes. I want to dive straight in if we can. My first question, let's start off with essentially what makes up the perfect scenario of the ecosystem on the metaverse. Kathy, why don't you start us off? I've given you very, very brief introductions as well, so tell us a little bit more about what you do in your role as well, please.
Sounds good. Thanks, Laura, and thanks for having me here. That's a tricky question because I don't think there's so-called perfect ecosystem. In our opinion, the metaverse is nothing. It's not a destination. It's really just the ongoing digital transformation that we've been seeing, evolving for the past few decades. And of course, there's a lot of foundational technologies that need to come together. For example, immersive tech, AI, blockchain, and the networking. Basically, the networking infrastructure needs to come together as well. And also, all of the digital assets that will be enabled. But by no means it's a perfect ecosystem. It's just going to evolve as we see it. So in my role, I head the media, entertainment, and sport platform at the World Economic Forum, which is an international organization for public-private collaboration. And we look at a lot of the emerging concepts and see how they can impact a given ecosystem from both regulatory and also societal and economic perspective as well. So because, the metaverse is such an emerging concept, we started this initiative called Defining and Building the Metaverse Initiative that we launched back in May at our annual meeting in Davos. The aim is really to bring the key stakeholders together across public sector, private sector, civil society, academia, to define and also build the parameters of an economically viable interoperable and safe metaverse. It has two focus areas. One is metaverse governance. What does the good governance look like in the metaverse? And recommend regulatory frameworks accordingly. And then second is economic and societal value creation, which studies how innovation can be strengthened for the benefit of the society. And to this day, we have over 140 partners, including many of the organizations here and governments and civil society, all being part of this work. And yeah, so we're very excited to continue pushing for it.
Very exciting time. We're hoping to get some of those findings a little bit later on as well. Dr. Marwan, over to you. A strategic advisor of Digital Dubai. What, in your mind, what is the clear picture on the perfect ecosystem to you? And what exactly is thriving at the moment as well?
So to answer your first question, what's driving the metaverse space right now is actually gaming. A lot of the value take is actually through content that's created in an interactive way. Mostly gaming experiences, mostly gamified, even achievements-wise, even in interactive blockchains. Gaming is not new to the space. Of course, with any kind of new technology, gaming actually becomes the number one used kind of ecosystem. We've seen that also with social media. We've seen that also with video content. I think video content related to gaming is watched twice as much as normal video content. People talk within things like Discord, which is actually a predominantly gaming kind of chat, twice as much as they do in normal social media. So it's not new. Even graphics cards, when they were created, actually they only flourished because of gaming and demand for better graphics within games and frame rates and things like that. What was your second question? Sorry.
Yeah, so tell us the sort of ideal ecosystem in your mind when it comes to the metaverse. And tell us a little bit more about what you do in your role as well at the end.
Yeah, so the ideal ecosystem for the metaverse is actually partnerships. I think being early and being in this kind of context, which is the Metaverse Assembly, we need to first bridge the gaps of knowledge and expectation, whether it is from government departments, whether the governments and leadership within our country and even worldwide. We had the same problem with understanding the value take from blockchain when blockchain was first introduced. It took like 10 years almost for the world to really realize the value take from that. And I think it's going to take 1 to 3 years for us to bridge this knowledge gap, but things like the Metaverse Assembly today bridge that gap because we have actual practical workshops that can actually show what can be done today and what is coming in the next 1 to 3 years.
And I wanted to get to those challenges a little bit later. We'll touch on that a little bit later. James, over to you. Tell us a little bit more about what you do in your role. You come all the way from the US as well. And give us your general overview of an ideal ecosystem within the metaverse.
Sure. So I look after the teams that really work on responsible development of our products and reality labs and sort of the development of the metaverse at Meta. And I think the ideal ecosystem is one that is globally available, open, interoperable, is valuable for the things that we want to do every day, whether it's government services, like some of the great demos that were showed earlier, or gaming and entertainment, or simple connection with family and loved ones, or the work that we do. And so it's accessible, it's vibrant, it's dynamic, it's global, it's sort of not created or run by any one company or region, and really enhances the things that we do every day. It doesn't replace the interactions that we have or the jobs to be done, but really enhances them. And I think being part of a global community that's trying to build that is something we're really focused on.
Balsam, over to you.
Yeah, so I'm running the operations for FTX Meta, and we're very excited to be launching in the region. In terms of speeding through your question, which is what is an ideal metaverse, I think the idea of looking for a perfect ecosystem in itself, you're seeing you reach the end result, and I think with the metaverse, we're still at the beginning of it. Ideally, perfect ecosystem will be one that, as James said, that is able to add value. It is also a system that can, in a way, correct itself, that is flexible enough to correct itself. We're at a stage where we're not looking at something that is already brought to life. We're looking at something that we're planning to build, which makes it, in a way, easier because you can anticipate what you have to do, but in a way very difficult because you haven't seen what the potential is and what the problems are going to be. So when you create an ecosystem that works well together to be versatile enough to face anything that comes its way, at the end of the day, we are talking about technology, and we all know technology starts somewhere, ends up way different than we imagined it to be. So I think that hope that answers.
I wanted to go back to Kathy, to this sort of gamification, the playability of the metaverse, which is very much your sort of sector as well. Which other sectors, as well as gamification and gaming, what other sectors are way ahead? I know gaming is the number one. I've got an 8-year-old. I'm being educated as well, like many people are here, by the younger generation, as well as YouTubers and things like that. So tell us more about gamification and what role that's playing, and maybe some of the other areas that are very important right now as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So gaming, I mean, everybody knows it's way ahead of other industry. Basically, during the past few decades, it's been busy, building virtual worlds. All of this knowledge they've accumulated, from the the backend and 3D engines, as well as tools and standards in Unreal Engine and Unity, to the the ability to the creation of virtual spaces and assets. And to finally now the capabilities of allowing users to build on top of these immersive worlds, to expand the landscape and also ignite creativity. There's definitely a lot that we can learn from the gaming leaders. And as the metaverse evolves, we will see gaming continue to play that role to help with adoption and support the development. They learned this, it hasn't been a smooth process either. Because if you think about how gaming now, some of the gaming companies are the most powerful tech companies in the world in relation to computing power, and also at the same time think about how they have to work around and sometimes fight with the existing networking infrastructure requirements to get to where they are. Those are all invaluable lessons to many of the other sectors, and most importantly, they know how to create places and spaces that people wanted to spend time with. They're master of creating fun experiences. So that's something, for any industry who wanted to get ahead of others, that's what they have to think about. For the media entertainment industry in general, the opportunity definitely lies within, creating the kind of interconnected content, omni-channel content beyond geographic boundaries and capacity limits. So yeah, I would say that's where we see some of the opportunities. In terms of what other industries are leading, right now is quite difficult to see, because that's part of our findings as well, as we're developing, the sort of consumer applications, what we call the consumer metaverse now, as well as industrial metaverse and enterprise one. In terms of consumer, we don't really, right now it's quite difficult to see what's going to come after 5 years. That horizon actually hasn't been that long. And that's really the somber findings that we've had so far. But we could definitely see it disrupts, banking industry, real estate industry, consumer, retail, media. Those are the obvious ones. And then in the long run, we can see particularly the applications in industrial metaverse, because that's where you will have cost saving and not just about revenue generation. That's where we see a lot of opportunities with advanced manufacturing industry, healthcare, mobility, etc. So yeah, I would say there's a level playing field right now, and that's where the opportunity is.
Dr. Marwan, tell us a little bit more about the essential role of Web3 within the ecosystem. Maybe you can break that down for us a little bit more as well. And you touched on partnerships earlier as well. I'd maybe like to expand on that and what type of partnerships you're seeing as essential at this point in time.
Okay, I'll take one question at a time. I'll probably forget the second question.
I'm panicking about time.
So the first question is, what was the first question?
Sorry, Web3, the essential, Web3, tell us more about the essential role of Web3 within this ecosystem. Maybe you can break it down for us a little bit more.
So the value take of Web3 is a lot, actually. If any of you here has a MetaMask wallet or any kind of equivalent Web3 wallet, you realize that you are actually carrying your somewhat cookies with you everywhere you go, and it's across a lot of gaming, experiences, a lot of NFT platforms, a lot of these Web3 kind of ecosystems. So it is basically you're carrying your history with you, and that's no different than browser cookies. We have a lot of restrictions right now on cookies and consent to accept cookies, and a lot of rules coming around that. Imagine this expands to a virtual world. Imagine you jump into a world. Me and James jump into the same map, into the same building, in the same world, but I see content and advertising targeted to me versus him. Imagine they know actually how much I spend on what I spend on, and all the stuff that comes with social networks, that comes with normal internet browsing. But now you can gamify it, you can actually create value from it, you can create dedicated experiences, not just one experience that caters to all. Now look at the other side as well. You can create age-specific content in the same game, in the same experience. You can create demographically, catered, that content in the Middle East would look totally different than in Asia or in the Western world. And also, like they say, the imagination is your limit. Your imagination as a creator and builder, and the imagination of people around you when they give you feedback. There's continuous feedback in this world. If something doesn't work and it's not economically justifiable or viable, it will change. You can actually pivot much more quickly in these kind of worlds.
And then moving on to partnerships, I don't know what sort of level of partnership we need right now, because obviously it needs to be at the sort of very high end, but also partnerships in sort of within the metaverse. Do you think there's going to be an essential role of partnerships between apps so that there's a seamless experience as well?
Of course. Like I mentioned, if you want to target your audience and if you want to create region, age specific, and that kind of stuff. Of course, conversation with the regulators, with the governance model for these kind of worlds, and how do you govern, entry to certain, let's take, for example, a metaverse concert. You don't want somebody to go into a concert that's 18 plus. You can gatekeep that using things like technologies like Web3. For example, you can put something called zero knowledge proof. Without revealing your date of birth, you can actually show that you are actually above 18. And these technologies were not there before Web3. And Web3 enables these kind of things and makes this governance model much more seamless and integrated, and at the same time frictionless and also transparent to the user. And all these are value takes and will make this experience seamless and will deliver, of course, therefore, economic value for people to create it, for people like FTX to invest in it, and of course, with James and Facebook to really cater it to each one individually based on their track record.
Thank you. Over to you, James. Now, Facebook very famously changed its name to Meta, as we all know, about a year ago now. And that really shows its commitment to the metaverse. That was the whole sort of reasoning behind it. I'm sure you can sort of elaborate a little bit more. But what exactly is happening over at Meta that you can tell us about? And tell us a little bit more about exactly what you're trying to create and how that's going to fit in within the ecosystem.
Yeah, and actually a quick plug that we have our annual developer conference, Meta Connect, is coming up in about 2 weeks on October 11th. And this is sort of the annual event where we talk about sort of where we are in the development of our core products in AR and VR and in the metaverse. But at its core, sort of this work that we're doing and building the metaverse is about us building a set of interconnected digital spaces that are accessible on one end, of course, with VR devices, but also on the phones and the computers that we use today. And so the development environments, don't have to fully be, fully virtual or 3D in order for folks to enter or for developers to begin and creators to begin to experiment in the metaverse and really sort of, create that value that we've been talking about. It's about this set of digital spaces that are connected, again, across the types of devices that we use today. And when I leave here this evening, I will call home to my sister and my father, using the 2D devices and the types of surfaces that we all use. I mean, what we're trying to build toward is a future where, perhaps rather than sending them a static photo of, this amazing city that I'm in, I could maybe do a virtual call with them and sort of be in a place where the sort of seamless interaction between people and the digital environment, and again, the types of interactions that we're already having, be it work or communication, that we're in a more embodied form of our digital spaces. So a lot of the work that we're doing is really about building toward that ecosystem and creating the type of value that we've come to interact with on the mobile internet today after a lot of global development.
Balsam, moving back over to you, you're seen as more of a sort of enabler and also like an extension of the ecosystem, not necessarily a building block. So tell us your role as a crypto exchange within the metaverse ecosystem, as well as the role of crypto as well, and some of the sort of challenges that you're faced with right now, especially when it comes to a seamless payment experience for users as well. What's been going on?
Absolutely. So as FTX, as you said, we're more seen as an enabler. And our work in the metaverse kind of goes into 3 different pillars. One of them is immediate direct, which is us investing into metaverse and content companies. And that is just an immediate investment right there. Then we have another part, which is done internally, which is us developing some critical components of the metaverse. And this is when we're talking about payment services, things like that. And the third part, which is a little bit indirect by direct, and you spoke about, which is pushing for mass adoption when it comes to crypto assets, when it comes to virtual assets and cryptocurrency. And we see that that is actually important as an enabler, because the more that people adopt cryptocurrencies, the more that the economies do adopt cryptocurrencies, the more we see use of it within the metaverse. And our role is an enabler, but also as a building block, because at the end of the day, when you're creating this world, you're going to need payment processing. You're going to need other components that play in. You're going to need an idea of how would this system operate from a monetary point of view, because at the end of the day, no money, no investment, so we are an enabler, but also a very important building block, or at least that subject itself is a very important building block for the metaverse.
Truly essential, yes. So let's continue on with the challenges that everyone's sort of facing right now. Kathy, over to you. What is the main #1 concern that you have at this stage?
I think one of the biggest challenges is that because it's such a emerging concept, so it's quite difficult to decide, what are the, all of the components, like how the future of the metaverse will actually look like. We don't have a definition today, nor that I think it's absolutely necessary to have one. But however, nevertheless, there are just so many things we don't know. So it's quite difficult to predict, how the next generation of the internet will look like, since we only have a glimpse of it. But there are some real issues that needs to be resolved now. So, for example, especially in regarding to privacy and security, if you think about it, those were there are always issues and challenges that's related to the existing internet, and there will be ones that will be exacerbated by the metaverse, and there will be another set that's uniquely that's absolutely unique to the metaverse, and those are the ones we don't even know what they are at the moment. Again, going back to privacy and security, think about to maximize a user's safety. It requires, making certain adjustments to the user's privacy settings, which may conflict with the user's security preferences. Similarly, identity, which is both a user verification mechanism and also a matter of user agency and embodiment. And again, in order to, there's a lot of special attention needs to be paid in order to balance user privacy and privacy expectations, safety, as well as security risks. Interoperability, we spoke about it in some forms, but think about it, that will elevate all of the above issues and distribute them across the platforms. And establishing the need for common standards, for protocols, for industry cooperation, for international regulatory basically frameworks for data handling, and also for metaverse literacy initiative in order to build and create this kind of informed and empowered global user base. So I would say all of these issues need to be considered now, so we don't end up going back and deal with very messy issues in retrospect, like what we're doing now with Web 2.0.
Dr. Marwan, what do you think we need to focus on now? We spoke actually earlier about this generational gap as well. Maybe you could elaborate on that as well.
I think the digital divide will be even more now. And I think, the gap that we have with understanding Web3 and the value take from that, added to that, of course, the requirements that you need hardware and software-wise, will actually create a bigger digital divide. So one of the things that we have to see, not only trying to bridge this digital divide by educating and raising awareness about what value this technology brings, but making it accessible. Like James mentioned, it's not necessarily you have to buy a VR headset. You can start by gaming that is actually cross-platform to start with. A lot of the gaming companies are doing right now that because of the economic value, not because of the creating their own gated communities. The value is in creating mass, actually, and the value is in creating the numbers. And therefore, I think this will be the first and foremost priority in this. The second thing is we are creating, and we have to be really careful about this, we are creating another economic divide between people who are in the metaverse and really taking advantage of this community and people who are either foreign to it and don't have the infrastructure, like latency, like Kathy mentioned, access to the internet, access to power. And some people, some places in the world don't even have power, let alone access to digital identity, let alone access to cryptocurrency or even a bank account. So all these things we have to be really careful with, and responsible adoption is very important. And I think we all play a role in educating our own circles, but also making sure that this technology is accessible and people can derive value from it. NFTs, for example, was one of those things that was only to certain people who have internet, have access to a wallet, but through initiatives like the WEF, for example, onboarded artists in remote areas in Africa, for example, that had internet access to actually enable them to make money from selling NFTs, and really change these people's lives. So we have to do the same kind of initiatives in the metaverse space as well.
Very well said. James, over to you. What issues are you finding over at Meta? And maybe you could tell us a little bit more about the sort of amazing opportunities here for this region from your perspective. It would be great to get that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'll start with the opportunity in the region. I mean, looking at the dynamism, sort of the young population that's online, the sort of creative community that continues to grow and thrive here. I mean, there's so much opportunity as this sort of next generation of computing takes hold to really build and run on that. Here in the region, a recent report from the analysis group looked at sort of the global economic opportunity of the metaverse over the next decade, finding that it could add about 3% to global GDP over the next decade. And for the MENA region, that was about 6%, or about $360 billion over the next decade. And again, a lot of that's going to be driven by small businesses, by a dynamic, sort of young generation that's coming into sort of its creative own. And so there's just so much opportunity. And thinking about sort of the challenges, in sort of getting ahead of the next generation of technologies. I mean, one, we outlined sort of 4 big areas, and my colleagues here mentioned sort of many of them, but, starting with equity and inclusion and making sure the world is at the table for the development of these technologies, economic opportunity, making sure that the gains are broadly shared, that they don't, sort of pool in any one place, and that the global community sort of comes along. And we mentioned interoperability is very much tied to that. And then safety and privacy, right? These spaces have to be trustworthy. They have to be safe in order for people to use them, for businesses to thrive in them. And so, those are some of the areas. But being deeply focused on the challenges, I think there's an incredible opportunity to capture the opportunity, to use that word twice. A bit of a thought experiment is sort of if we could go back to the early 70s when sort of the first big clunky mainframes were around and sort of design a path forward that brought more of the world along and sort of charted out sort of what the next 50 plus years to today might look like. We sort of have an opportunity like that with the metaverse to say, what do we want this to be? And how might we get the most from this as a global community? And so, we are a very small part of that, but we're excited to sort of work on that as well as address, many of the challenges and trying to learn from, sort of many of the issues that have cropped up with the internet of today.
Very well said. We've only got 1 minute and 30 left. Balsam.
I'll make it brief.
How do we encourage more people to participate in the metaverse? Your final word.
Yeah, I think real quick, I would say the main obstacle you see is a lot of misconception of what the metaverse is. Keep in mind that most of the vocabulary that's being used is new. It's new to me. It's new to a lot of people, and it could be a little bit intimidating, as if we're going into something that is, separate than what we're doing. This is a new economy, true. There's new potential, there's a lot of opportunity out there, but it's not a replacement of what we have. It's a continuation. It's an opportunity for us to go into something different. So a big part is actually a little bit of education, a little bit of removing some of the misconception. Even now when we sit here and talk about the metaverse, in your mind you're thinking of this 3D world where everything looks perfect and hyper-realistic. It is not there yet. This is at the infancy of it. And then the other obstacle which I see that has to be conquered, and I know that was a question to them, is the regulatory framework. Governance, policies, that is a whole different set of obstacles because it's multi-layered jurisdictions, different areas, different metaverses. So I think those two things play a big role because they give safety, security, privacy, and yeah, that's so.
Sadly, that is all we have time for. It's been so brilliant to speak to each and every one of you. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for coming in from all over the world as well, and for getting us up to date on an enabling ecosystem, maximizing potential. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
السيدات والسادة، الرجاء البقاء في مقاعدكم لحين حضور راعي الحفل. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated until the event sponsor arrives. السيدات والسادة، الرجاء البقاء في مقاعدكم لحين حضور راعي الحفل. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated until the event sponsor arrives. Thank you. السيدات والسادة، والآن مع كلمة رئيسية يقدمها معالي عمر سلطان العلماء، رئيس مجلس إدارة غرفة دبي للاقتصاد الرقمي ونائب رئيس اللجنة العليا لتكنولوجيا المستقبل والاقتصاد الرقمي في دبي. Ladies and gentlemen, a keynote by His Excellency Omar Sultan Al-Ulama will begin shortly. Please remain seated. السيدات والسادة، رجاء البقاء في مقاعدكم لحين حضور راعي الحفل. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated until the event sponsor arrives. السيدات والسادة، والآن مع كلمة رئيسية يقدمها معالي عمر سلطان العلماء، رئيس مجلس إدارة غرفة دبي للاقتصاد الرقمي ونائب رئيس اللجنة العليا لتكنولوجيا المستقبل والاقتصاد الرقمي في دبي. Ladies and gentlemen, a keynote by His Excellency Omar Sultan Al Ulama will begin shortly. Please remain seated. السيدات والسادة، والآن مع كلمة رئيسية يقدمها معالي عمر سلطان العلماء، رئيس مجلس إدارة غرفة دبي للاقتصاد الرقمي ونائب رئيس اللجنة العليا لتكنولوجيا المستقبل والاقتصاد الرقمي في دبي. Ladies and gentlemen, a keynote by His Excellency Omar Sultan Al-Ulama will begin shortly. Please remain seated. السيدات والسادة، والآن مع كلمة رئيسية يقدمها معالي عمر سلطان العلماء، رئيس مجلس إدارة غرفة دبي للاقتصاد الرقمي ونائب رئيس اللجنة العليا لتكنولوجيا المستقبل والاقتصاد الرقمي في دبي. Ladies and gentlemen, a keynote by His Excellency Omar Sultan Al-Ulama will begin shortly. Please remain seated.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Your Highness Sheikh Hamdan Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Crown Prince of Dubai, Chairman of the Executive Council, Chairman of the Higher Committee for Advanced Technology and Digital Economy, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute honor and privilege being in front of all of you here today in this international, widespread, global metaverse conference that brings the world to Dubai and shows that Dubai is serious not about just understanding what the metaverse is, but planting the seeds today to reap the economic and social benefits of the metaverse in the future. One thing that I was just thinking about while I saw the photographers is how they would look in the metaverse, because this session is also playing in the metaverse, and I would love to see that as well. Your Highness, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to start by taking you to the past, because understanding the past is as important as forecasting and foreseeing the future. And we'd like to understand the past by understanding where Dubai and where the UAE has come from. We have 300 experts, people from around the world attending this summit, people who have come to Dubai for the first time who think that Dubai is a recent phenomenon, that Dubai just emerged over the last 50 years. But Dubai's rich history over the last 4,000 years, and I urge all of you to go and visit Saruq al-Hadid to see this history, is that it is an epicenter of culture, of commerce, of building the future between civilizations. In the past, Dubai used to be the center of trade between the Indian civilization and the Egyptian civilization. And beyond that, Dubai always continued to hit above its weight. It was always focused on not thinking local, but being global, and it thought about the opportunities and investing in them today. That is why we're seeing certain examples that we're very proud of in Dubai, that are global in nature, but call the UAE home. The first is Fly Emirates. That is one of the biggest airlines in the world and the most reputable. Emirates Airlines did not just reinvent flying. It is the biggest bridge that bridges countries with each other and also calls Dubai home. We're also seeing the future of commerce and logistics through DP World, that did not just reinvent trade, but today operates ports around the world to show the world that Dubai can have a global footprint that impacts everyone's lives on a day-to-day basis. Every product we order online has to touch and interact with DP World in one way, shape, or form. And if we think about Danata, a service provider that has reinvented the way that we do airport logistics, the way that we run airports, and the experience of every single person going into a country and exiting that country. That is Dubai. Dubai's reach is not confined to its geography. It is not confined to its population. It is a global reach because of limitless ambition. Seeing all of this, we need to ask ourselves, what is the future? In certain aspects, we can be global, but in others, we have physical limitations. Our limitations are our geography. We are a country of a certain size, we are a city of a certain size, we can't expand. But the fact of the matter is, today, the population of Dubai in the metaverse is very similar to the population of India in the metaverse, the population of China in the metaverse, the population of the giants, because the metaverse is being created. So how can we become a country that has limitless reach through the metaverse? And that was the focus of our strategy. Under the wise leadership of His Highness Sheikh Hamdan Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, we went forward to think about how can we increase the experience of Dubai? How can we make sure that although our infrastructure can attract, let's say, 20 million tourists, or even up to 50 million tourists in the future, how can we 10x that using the metaverse? How can we export our culture? How can we export our services? How can we make the visitor's experience of coming to Dubai frictionless? How can we take our real estate experience and our logistics experience to the metaverse? And we heard today from His Excellency Sultan bin Sulaim about how they're changing trade through the metaverse using DP World as a platform. To understand why this is the right time and why these targets make sense, let's understand what happened with technology. And I'll give you 3 examples to understand why the metaverse is right for us to focus on today. The first example is games. In the 1970s, this was the epitome of games. Pong. And Pong was revolutionary. You can have 2 players play this game and you can have a ball move and move the cursor. Now, it was a game with 2D graphics, simple. It had at its prime 1 million players. Today, a single game has over 50 million players. A single game has a very complex economy that is as complex as the economies of countries. A single game has ecosystems that they create and has affinity as well that people have towards it. You might know me as Omar Sultan Al-Ulama, Minister of Artificial Intelligence, but to a player in a game that I'm playing, he knows my handle. He doesn't know who I am in the real world, and to him, maybe his friendship with me is built on that game. not on the physical reality that we live in. That is one trend that made us think that this is the right time for us to start. The second trend, let's think about experience. 30 years ago, if you wanted to experience music, you had a maximum of 90 minutes per cassette. And then you'd have to store a lot of cassette tapes to be able to experience more music. Today, each and every single one of you, everyone in this room, has access to at least 100 billion hours of music in their fingertips. You can click a button and access any song for up to 100 billion hours. That is an ability we've never had in the past. And the third, let's think about the connectivity that surrounds us. At one point of time, we had very simple, primitive connections, which was 14,400 bits per second. Today, we have access through 5G and the platforms that we have of up to 20 billion bits per second. Connectivity, storage, and the immersiveness that the metaverse is giving us allows us to think about the future of the metaverse. Your Highness, after your blessing, I'd like to present to you the structure today of the UAE and Dubai Metaverse strategy. This is a pragmatic view of the metaverse. We wanted to ensure that our views of the metaverse are not built by hype, are not things that are unproven. We need to think about today what matters most to us and deploy a strategy that we can see tangible outcomes of in the coming years. Through the strategy, we aim to be one of the leading metaverse economies in the world, from Dubai to the world. And one thing I'd like to share with you guys today is the fact that in the past, we used to measure countries and cities through gross domestic product, GDP. In the near future, we will measure GMP, gross metaverse product. We'll be able to create returns that are in the billions of dollars from Dubai without people physically interacting or being in Dubai, but experiencing Dubai in the metaverse. Just speak to any young person you know about Roblox. The amount of money being spent to get Roblox tokens, to actually create that economy or be part of it, is incredible. It's immense. It's in the billions of dollars. And so many people today know that the virtual world is as important as the current and real world. We're going to enable this through the infrastructure and the regulations that is going to be put in place, and we're going to ensure that we can adopt and scale faster than ever before. I'd like to give you a few examples. Let's talk about the sectors that we want to deploy this in. Tourism, education, government services, retail, and real estate. And let's start with tourism. How can we increase Dubai's tourism reach to everyone through the metaverse? And I'd like to share with you two very tangible projects that we're going to work on with the metaverse strategy. In tourism, how can we host the biggest number of metaverse events? The biggest concert on earth had hundreds of thousands of visitors attend it. In the metaverse, the biggest concert that actually happened had more than 50 million people. We want to ensure that we're able to attract the world through the metaverse to come to Dubai and attend the events of Dubai, and at the same time export our events to the world. We also are going to launch a tourism task force to see what are the opportunities of exporting our culture to the world through the metaverse. In education, education is a sector that is going to create the future generations of the UAE. There is a very interesting case study that we've seen in the Metaverse initiative that we focused on. That is, people today that get immersed in a game are able to consume more of education than the conventional book and paper and screen presentation that we usually see. If you ask people who play games like Roblox or Minecraft or Assassin's Creed, they understand more about the history of Italy in Assassin's Creed than people who are history majors, because they've lived Italy, they've seen it, they've met Da Vinci, and they've actually experienced the inventions that Da Vinci is talking about. How can we bring this experience to the people of the UAE, to the residents of the UAE? And how can we create an accelerator program where anyone who has an idea, anyone who has an application that is cutting edge in education for the metaverse can come to Dubai and call it home? In government services, today we've heard from the Minister of Economy that the Ministry of Economy in the UAE has announced its services on the metaverse. This is the stepping stone. We need to ensure that the government, where applicable, its government services can be on the metaverse, and that you can get the service from your home and experience having a conversation with a government service agent, that you can actually ensure that you feel as good as going in person, but with scale. So without it taking 100 people, let's take 1,000 or 1,000,000 people in government service departments. And we're going to create a roadmap to ensure that we can make this tangible and for us to also provide value to each and every single one of you. And then finally, in real estate, we've heard examples of people launching experiences where you can actually experience the real estate in the metaverse. We want to make sure that Dubai has a digital twin, where we can simulate certain things in the metaverse before deploying it in reality. And we want to also ensure that we have the most cutting-edge policies for you to buy, live, and thrive in the metaverse. In conclusion, Your Highness, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Dubai is not a single player in the metaverse. Today, because of this assembly and because of our ambitions, the metaverse will revolve around Dubai. Thank you very much.
السيدات والسادة، نترككم مع كلمة رئيسية تقدمها السيدة أسماء شباب، مدير أول استراتيجية الابتكار في شركة Accenture. Ladies and gentlemen, now a keynote by Asma Shabab, Senior Manager of Innovation Strategy at Accenture.
Hi, everybody. That was a super exciting conversation by the minister. I was at the back room, getting mic'd up, and I realized that it is as exciting as it gets to be a part of a space where the future is being built, and that's in Dubai. And Dubai is doing it right. It's bringing in the right people together to activate conversations on how the human reality is changing, how Metaverse and Web3 is creating value for companies, countries, and people. But at the end of the day, it's bringing people together to have conversations on how do we do this right and not repeat the mistakes of the past. And so this is why we're here, to create an experience. Over the course of this day, we've heard so many panelists and sessions talk about how important it is to create a responsible metaverse. So many, and we need to create a responsible metaverse by working together and make sure that we create a metaverse which is inclusive by design, but also use the metaverse to create a future where everybody thrives. And so I'm actually introducing my son to a couple of football players, and I realize I'm going to quote Pelé, one of the greatest of all times, that an individual cannot win the game by himself. And so today, I'm going to introduce Anne Gropolin, the director of our labs out of Sofia Antipolis, who's going to share our point of view on how we can work together and create a responsible metaverse. Thank you. Over to you, Anne.
Thanks a lot, Asma. It's a pleasure for me to be with you today. So yes, it's really an honor to be part of the Dubai Metaverse Assembly, and I'm joining you straight from our Sofia Antipolis labs in France, from our virtual showcase today. And it's really for me a great opportunity to hear all those conversations that you're having. It's very exciting. Here in Sofia Antipolis, we've been running R&D for years now, looking at the technology that are at the back of the metaverse, so like extended reality, blockchain, multi-party systems, spatial computing, and the like. So we have a strong point of view on the metaverse and what it will be actually. And for us, like you know, of course, it's not a revolution; it's an evolution due to the convergence of all the technology we've been looking at, that we've been using in digital, and that we've been incubating in the past years. It's also due to a number of factors, like, for example, the acceleration of the computing power, the 5G, and also user adoption due to the pandemic, basically. So we know we have a big transformation to come. And before I start talking about why the responsibility of our responsibility, all of us, is very key, I wanted to spend a bit of time on our definition of the metaverse. And actually, we released our tech vision a few months ago, like we do every year. And this year is fully focused on the metaverse. And for us, the key word of the metaverse is really that continuum word that you see on this picture. For us, as I said before, it's an evolution, and actually an evolution of the internet as we've known it. But instead of browsing on those websites or applications that we know and that are fully centralized, owned by brands or by our employers, we will be actually participating and inhabiting in persistent shared spaces where we will have experiences that will be fully virtual. Just the physical world being augmented or everything in between. So really the point here is the continuous aspect of the experiences that we will be living in, and also the continuum of technology. So leveraging everything we've been incubating in the past to create something bigger, obviously. Let me unpack a bit that continuum word. And here I know, of course, you know the history of the internet, but I like to look back as the previous presenter mentioned, because it's very important to actually see that over the last 30 years, we've seen waves of evolution of this internet. It started with a very expert, let's say, system where people were able to just access data, exchange data, and search for data. Later, roughly 10 or so years later, we started to see people connecting actually on this internet through the social network. And it already changed a lot of the way we interacted with this. Back then, people and enterprises were wondering why we would need web pages, websites, and brands were wondering how they can leverage it. A bit later, we connected objects, and here it also changed the way we interact with the internet, for example, with objects at home, but also in the enterprise to be able to capture data from the ground, for example, in the enterprise, in the factories, to better manage that environment. And of course, also with this, I'm talking about the mobile internet that suddenly became a reality for all of us and allowed us to interact very differently with the web, with the information, with the people through mobile interfaces, which totally changed the way we basically work and live. What we see happening at the moment is the rise of what we call the internet of place, because suddenly adding to data, people, and objects, we are adding spaces where people will actually be able to connect to access experiences that spans the spectrum from virtual to the physical world and everything in between. So basically, here we are talking about a continuum, but because it's not just about the virtual space, about the 3D, it's really the continuum of the experiences from the physical world being augmented by digital, all the way to fully virtual experiences where people will continue experiencing the same type of interaction they have in the real life. Also, a very important aspect at the back of this, and you know that very well because of your ecosystem that's very active in that domain around the Web3. Of course, at the back of this Internet of Place, what is really key also is the Internet of Ownership. That's how we coined the fact that in the future, in that spaces, in those experiences, people will actually be able to own things, to exchange things, and to also prove their identity. At the back of this concept, for me, what is really key is the context of the concept of digital identity, because tomorrow we will need to be able to strongly identify people to allow them to access governmental services or health services, or even interact with their employers in a seamless way through the different spaces. So that's really our vision. It's the fact that we are evolving to a new internet. We are just at the beginning. And like Asma said, we have an opportunity now to correct the mistakes from the past, where it took a lot of time for people to realize how important this wave of transformation will be. We are at the start. We are all inventors of the metaverse, which means that we have a very important responsibility at the start of this new wave of transformation to do this very responsibly. The other aspect of the continuum that I wanted to mention is the fact that, of course, a lot of this is for the user, for the people, for the patient, for the citizen to interact with this metaverse. But at the back, there is a very deep transformation needed for the enterprises, because it changes the way we interact with people to provide products or services, the types of products and services we provide. And at the back, it will impact the way employees interact together, collaborate, but also what are the changes needed in the company to actually provide those new services and products, to better also monitor how everything is done across the supply chain, across the value chain of the company. So everything here for us is going to need to evolve, and all the businesses are based on the current version of the internet. And they will need to really adapt to this new way of thinking. For example, the decentralization of the internet, and the fact that people will carry more of their identity, will want to carry their things, their property, their assets across the different worlds and spaces. And this is really a big shift. We know there will be a need for conversion, standardization, and so on. And this is where the responsibility that we have is very, very key. At Accenture, we've been working on those technology, incubating a lot of the possibilities, the use cases already in the past. And of course, we've worked with our client on digital transformation. So very quickly, as we see this transformation happening, we define the framework for the responsible metaverse to define what are the key principles, the key dimensions that we need to be conscious of, to have in mind as soon as we start thinking of a new experience, a new product, a new business model in the metaverse. And you have them here on this slide. I think you may see them in large now, but on the left side is really about the trust dimensions that you will recognize, because those are the same as the one in our digital space, on the website, in the current digital services that are being provided. But the thing is that in the metaverse, we know it will be amplified, even more important to, for example, manage the privacy of the users, because not only you will be able to access data about usage of the platform, usage of the data, and so on, but you can also access even softer types of information, like the emotion, the interaction with other people, and it's in real time. So the aspects of the responsibility around trust are exacerbated in the metaverse, and we know we have to tackle them very carefully. Similarly, for security, the attack potential in the metaverse are in 3D. It's even bigger than before, and also with the decentralization, there will be new types of threats that we are aware of. On the other side, very important as well, because linked to the user adoption and the fact that, of course, it accelerated because of the pandemic, but still it will take time for people to adopt the metaverse. And it will only work if there is a purpose-driven definition of what we will provide on that metaverse. So it's very important that we have this in mind, and that we also respect the types of problem we can face in there. Similarly, we know those problems in the current digital world, with biases, for example, with accessibility needs, with need for moderation on social network. But similarly, in the metaverse, it's bigger. For example, moderation in the metaverse is in real time. You have to monitor what people are talking about vocally, like orally. You have to monitor gesture, which you did not have to monitor actually on website or on social network or on applications. Well-being as well, of course. Your employee may now have access to virtual reality training to be more efficient at work, to be safer in their operation and so on, but you need to make sure their emotions, for example, in those virtual simulation of the reality of dangerous cases, for example, are managed properly. And of course, one big point, and it's the last I'm mentioning here, but it's very important, is the sustainability of the metaverse. A lot of people, of course, have doubt about the fact that we are building something sustainable because, of course, acceleration of the devices being released, increase of usage of those devices like the virtual reality headsets and so on, and the computer power are not necessarily going to the right direction to really align responsibly to the goals that companies are setting for themselves. But at the same time, we know that the metaverse holds a lot of potential to actually solve some of those challenges. And this is the type of example I want to give in the next stage. So two sides of the same coin, basically, I'm saying. The one side is the fact that we are at the beginning, we are inventing the metaverse right now. Already we can do a lot of things there, but we have the responsibility to design the next services, the next products, the next experiences with the responsibility in mind. So that's the left side. And on the right side, the bright side of this is that the metaverse will allow us also to go towards more responsible businesses, allowing people to be safer at work because they have a good training and so on and so forth. Moving to a few examples, of course, here we've been looking at the key building blocks of the metaverse that are summarized on this slide. So, for example, on extended reality, the two sides of the coin, it's really about, of course, providing ability for people, for example, during the pandemic, to connect and have informal conversation in the metaverse like we've been doing in Accenture for our onboarding, but also making sure that we manage the data privacy carefully in this type of environment where employees, for example, can feel they are being watched by their employers. On the other side, on the digital identity and the digital currency aspect, as well as the tokenization, here a lot of the responsibility relies on the fact that we will need regulation, we will need standardization and interoperability. And here what is really key is to connect with others, to work with others, to create the right ecosystem in the future. To be able to do that in a responsible way. And that's what we have been trying to do over the past couple of years, but that needs now to be even more important. And finally, I want to end with a few examples of how the metaverse will actually help us be more sustainable, be more responsible businesses. With here a few pictures, a few videos. At the top right, I really like this example, which is, enabling deaf and people that have hard to hear types of handicap to be able to dance together because thanks to their watch, they feel the rhythm of the music, for example. Or at the bottom there, training that enables mooring operation to be safer, because in general on those shipping operations, they are very dangerous types of operation that can lead to very problematic situation for the operator. Or on the left, for example, the future of agriculture with smart material that will allow us to manage agriculture more efficiently. Asma, I want to hand over back to you, and I wish you all a good continuation of the assembly.
Super. Thanks, Anne. So that was Anne in our metaverse. And is it just compelling to see how much we stand to gain if we just work together to create this responsible metaverse? I'm not going to take too much of your time. We've got the booth downstairs, so if you want to check out a little bit more of our metaverse space, please feel free to drop by. Thank you, everybody.
الحضور الكريم، ستبدأ كلمة رئيسية يقدمها جيد ماسكل، نائب الرئيس لإدارة المنتجات في شركة ماجيك ليب بعد لحظات. Dear guests, the next keynote by Jade Maskell, Vice President of Product Management at Magic Leap, is going to start in a few moments. الحضور الكريم، ستبدأ كلمة رئيسية يقدمها جيد ماسكل، نائب الرئيس لإدارة المنتجات في شركة ماجيك ليب بعد لحظات. Dear guests, the next keynote by Jade Maskell, Vice President of Product Management at Magic Leap, is going to start in a few moments.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jade Maskell. I'm the Vice President of Product at Magic Leap. And Magic Leap, as I'm showing you here, we make a head-worn augmented reality device. It's an optical see-through device. I can see all of you right now, but I can also be in the metaverse at the same time. You know, we're building that. There's a lot of talk today about the metaverse. We're building that bridge that lets you connect your natural human interaction into the metaverse and into the real world. And that's what Magic Leap is all about, is blending that digital and the physical world together. I came to Magic Leap in 2018 to work on this crazy idea that they had called the Magicverse. And you know, now we're all talking about the metaverse, and it's a really exciting time. And so along the way, I ended up running the whole product roadmap for Magic Leap. But you know, I'm very passionate about what we're doing, how we're connecting real places into the metaverse, and really blending that digital and physical together. I'm going to take this off here, but I'll show you a little video in a minute so you can get a little more intimate view of Magic Leap and check out the design sensibilities that we have. I'm going to switch to my dumb glasses here. So I love seeing all the virtual worlds that we've been talking about, and you know, seeing how the metaverse is starting to shape up in VR. But bringing the metaverse into the physical world is just as important. This might be bad news for some of you, but the real world isn't going away anytime soon. And so we want to figure out, how do we connect people into a physical place, right? Being at your job, interacting with real people that are around you. That world is not going to disappear. And so we want to make sure that we're connecting not just humans into the digital world, but also bringing awareness of the physical world to AIs and to the rest of the digital world itself. You know, AR, it's a challenging problem to be able to convince your eyes that you're seeing content that, you know, it's not really there, and being able to blend that seamlessly in with the physical world. We've been working on it for quite a while, for about a little over a decade. And so, you know, we've gone through an evolution at Magic Leap. And originally we were working on a consumer-oriented device focused on entertainment and games and other opportunities. And we built a first-generation Magic Leap device that we released to the world. And we've learned a lot since then on what to do, on what works, on what doesn't work. And we've really changed our focus to look at, how do we connect people who are doing essential work in the real world into augmented reality. And so, you know, we've solved a lot of key issues around weight. We've added dynamic dimming, which is a unique feature that we have, so you can work in very bright environments or make the content really stand out from the real world where you want it to. We've also really focused on addressing a lot of those pain points around comfort and making sure that you can wear it all shift if you're doing a job, right? We don't want this technology getting in your way. We want it to be helping you, giving you additional superpowers that you wouldn't have normally on your own. And that needs to be comfortable, it needs to be cool, It needs to feel great and give you that seamless experience with the real world. And AR and VR, and now the metaverse, they're all at a critical juncture where we've talked a lot about the potential. There's been lots and lots of experimentation, but we're really at the point where we need to demonstrate the value of AR, the value of the metaverse in real and tangible ways. And we'll talk a little bit about that in just a minute. Before we do that, I want to show you a quick video to show you what the future of head-worn AR really looks like and give you a little deeper look into Magic Leap 2. And if you like what you see, I've got some really great news for you. We're launching our device at the end of this week on Friday, September 30th, and we are going to be rolling it out globally over the next few months. So I hope you really enjoy what you see. After that, I'll show you a little brief video where we took some real firefighters and we gave them their first immersive AR experience, looking at a simulated, high-pressure, high-stakes situation where they're trying to manage a real-life wildfire, and showed them in augmented reality how they might be able to do that, how that might change the way that they do their work. So let's take a look at that. We'll see the firefighter video here next.
They always teach you to plan for the worst.
Your life is on the line. Of course you want to be 100% sure, especially before you send your guys into a hostile situation.
The hard part is about teaching and getting the experience. So, because you only have such a small fraction of fires, you don't get to practice.
Magic Leap invited wildland firefighters into the heart of our design process to explore how AR might serve those who serve us.
Oh.
Wow.
Together, we tackled some big questions. How might we coordinate a live response? What happens when simulations move beyond 2D screens? Can we learn to see data as more than just a number? Can we expand our capacity for complexity? How might better collaboration help us make better decisions?
So that's where they dropped at.
Yeah, this is amazing.
Wow. I'm blown, sorry. My mind's just blown right now.
You definitely use this as a tool for training. It has everything there.
Because normally we use sand tables and we build our own little topographies. But for something like this, to see people visualize on boots on the ground during training, that'll be awesome.
We're visual people. If we can visualize that, it helps us to understand what that fire's doing.
It just gives us a better advantage.
Instead of using sand tables, yes.
With how things are going in the world nowadays, it'll be a useful tool.
I really think that is very helpful and that it'll help everyone. It really would.
Thank you.
So it was really amazing to see their reaction to this new technology. Thank you. To see that genuine reaction to a new technology a new way of doing their work. It was very satisfying to see that. So you can imagine, beyond a sand table simulation of a wildfire, if you could imagine a real-world metaverse where all of that information, the geography, the environmental conditions, the movement of people and equipment in real time, is all part of that real-life, real-world metaverse. Imagine the possibilities, imagine the problems that people could solve, and imagine new ways that we could work together to do that. Whether you're on the ground, working from a command center, having visibility into that different information from different viewpoints and different interaction modalities, you can make better informed decisions and potentially avert a disaster. I talked a little bit about some real-world examples of where AR, the metaverse, these new technologies need to start proving their value. Manufacturing is one area that's getting a lot of attention. There's a lot of people doing some really interesting work there. And we've been working with a company called PBC Linear. They're a manufacturing company. And they're partnering with Magic Leap and a company called Tactile to implement a new training process and really look at how they can reduce the cost of scrapped parts in their manufacturing environment. Throughout the experiments and the pilots that they've been doing, they've been able to reduce their training time by about 80% for new hires, and they've already seen a 20% reduction in scrap and rework. They've also reduced their task error rate from 92% down to 0. And the time to resolution for any issues from about 2 hours to 40 minutes. So they're already starting to see real-world tangible benefits from incorporating augmented reality into the work that they're doing. Another area that we're working closely is in healthcare. And I mentioned earlier, we've added something called dynamic dimming. This allows the whole display or certain parts of the display to dim down from 90% light visibility all the way down to 0.3% of light coming through the glass. And that lets surgeons and medical practitioners work in very bright environments where, with a traditional AR, that bright light might wash out your experience or make it very hard to see that content. We can control for that and really make that content stand out from the background environment. We also have a 70-degree field of view. It's a vertical field of view. And so that allows people to more easily see the content by scanning your eyes up and down rather than having to move your head or move your body to see a lot of that additional content. And we have some best-in-class text legibility. It's amazing how easy it is to read digital content on a Magic Leap device. I'm going to show you another quick video. And this is a company called Senti AR. They're a digital health software company. And they're building solutions that help connect physicians to clinical data, and they're working closely with Magic Leap to do that. The thing I'm going to show you is there's electrophysiology procedures, and you need to be able to see 3D maps of a patient's heart anatomy, electrical activity, and combining that with the actual locations of the catheters as they're moving through your body. And Senti AR makes it possible to visualize that in 3D in real time as the surgeons are performing that surgery. So I'm going to click to the video. I just wanted you to understand what you're seeing here. This is real video captured of Senti AR. And so you can see it makes it really easy for them to understand where those catheters are moving through the body. They have a proprietary hands-free control system that they're using because your hands are obviously very busy and you want the surgeon to be focused on moving those catheters through your body, not on the different interactions that they have. And so you can see this gives them a whole new way of visualizing in a 3D native way where they're not having to translate between a 2D representation of that information. They can see it in real time in 3D. And finally, we want to enable people to work both in a blended mode between virtual reality, augmented reality. We want to bring people who may not be physically present in a place. we want to be able to bring them in and allow them to interact with the content, with the people that are actually in that physical space. And so Magic Leap's been working on some core technologies to do that, to build some of the fundamental building blocks of what that real-world metaverse might be like. We have the ability to capture an environment in real time using Magic Leap device, build out that digital twin in very high quality. And it's not just a picture of the space, it's a navigable digital twin where you can move around in that space. We can understand how the users are interacting and allow remote users to understand the environment that the local users are actually present in. And, ping a location in this auditorium of where you should look, or really have a really deep, detailed understanding of how to do that. And, maybe different from some of the other things that you've seen, we're focused on doing this in a way that Magic Leap is not taking your data. Magic Leap's not interested in getting your data. We're building it in a decentralized, federated way so that you can be responsible for your own data. We're providing some of those core tools and infrastructure to do it, but you can deploy it on-premise. We're cloud agnostic. You can deploy it wherever you'd like. Whatever hyperscaler you want to work with, whatever data center you want to implement it in. All of those tools are available for you to deploy and manage however you'd like. And I'm going to wrap up real quick because I'm out of time. We just announced with NVIDIA last week at their GTC conference a partnership with Lowe's and NVIDIA to use the Omniverse, which is doing some incredible work to build an industrial metaverse. And Lowe's is using that to manage their retail locations. They're a large home improvement retailer. They're using the Omniverse to run simulations of what the customer flows might be, and then working with Magic Leap devices for their associates on the ground to guide and direct them to where inventory might need to be, or where there might be a problem that needs to be addressed in the store. And they're able to do that in real time in 3D. And so I'm very excited to see what we're all going to build together in the metaverse. And it's been really amazing to see the plans that Dubai has and others around the world are working on to demonstrate the true value of the potential of the metaverse. So again, I can't wait to see what we all build together. So thank you all.
السيدات والسادة، شكراً لحضوركم جلسات اليوم الأول من ملتقى دبي للميتافيرس. ندعوكم لتناول الغداء وزيارة منطقة عرض تقنيات الميتافيرس، بالإضافة إلى ورش العمل التي تبدأ من الساعة 2 بعد الظهر حتى الساعة 6:30 مساءً في منطقة 2071 في بوليفارد أبراج الإمارات. نتمنى لكم يوماً طيباً، وإلى اللقاء غداً في رحلة جديدة عبر عالم الميتافيرس. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending the first day of the Dubai Metaverse Assembly. Please enjoy your lunch, and don't forget to visit the Metaverse activations as well as the workshops that will be taking place from 2 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. in Area 2071, Emirates Towers Boulevard. Have a nice day ahead. See you tomorrow for another Metaverse journey.